What is up, everybody? It is time for yet more adventures from that lovable rapscallion Bramble Pippington. I hope that you have all brought your thinking caps today, or there will be much deducing, much thinking, and much capping. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Anyway, hello everyone. We shall solve this case with vigor. Great vigor, the most vigor, all the vigor. With all the British twattery that we have. Alright, let's do this. Let's go ahead and get on into this, shall we? There we go. Wine is very much close enough for a thinking cap, 100%. And no worries, Caroline. You're more than welcome to come here and hang out and just bask in the glory that is Bramble Pippington, because the great thing about Bramble Pippington is that when he's around, it's impossible to feel sad. It's impossible to feel down when Bramble Pippington abounds. That is my saying, and not many people care too much for it, but those people can go and take a running go at themselves. Now let us continue with our next mission, our next mystery, which is called Riddle on the Rails. We shall ride these rails, we shall solve the riddles, and we shall riddle the rails with our problem-solving skills. And we shall do that and also see if Bramble Pippington can roll his R's anymore. Salutations, is event.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes. As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerant.
I'm quite fond of chopping wood as a lesbian.
Certainly, it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is. The one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean
he lives in Canada, you don't know him.
That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a short story I gave the title The Greek Interpreter.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We're about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who presently threaten both our country and the crown itself. You must help us with those methods of yours.
Need? Help? Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people. People.
Bramble Pippington disagrees, it's always about politics.
To defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse, undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That's the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who
How big of an asshole do you have to be if
The
Sherlock
Merry
thinks you're an
Men.
asshole?
He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further.
Boom!
Mrs. Hudson, tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
Bramble Pippington will not judge Sherlock for the way that he treats his brother, owing to the fact that his brother is quite the penis. And Bramble Pippington would never ever encourage someone to maintain close relations with toxic family members. Otto, it appears we have a letter. A Harpooner's Revenge. The grotesque murder of the former Captain Peter Carey, known as Private as Black Peter, has been resolved. The evidence that Scotland Yard received from a trustworthy source was more than sufficient to conclude that the murderer of Peter Carey was Pablo Coventero, one of Carey's former harpooners. However, lawful justice could not be awarded. Coventero was found dead of natural causes, possibly from his remorse at committing such a terrible crime. Bramble Pippington, however, knows that whenever you commit a crime such as this, even though you may feel remorse is not quite enough to kill you. That's actually a bit of a, well, that's an old wives' tale. And we have a souvenir! The harpoon that was used to kill Black Peter, which is rather disturbing when you think about it, but oh well. Yeah, this was the game that I was installing, Beetleman. It was Sherlock Holmes. This is nice and all, however, we must change to an appropriate attire. If at all possible. Possibly not. Ah! I can't do it. I'm so sad. I must say, this game is quite heavily limiting what I'm allowed to do, and I don't much care for that. Bramble Pippington approves not of this behavior. Perhaps I can at least have a nice facial hair going? No, apparently not. Great. Bramble Pippington has been cheated once again. Well then, Watson, let us away. After all, my disappointment cannot possibly get any worse. Stares meaningfully at the camera. Off we go then. Chop chop.
Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
Mr. Crystal, Bramble Pippington is pleased to hear that his eminence and his excellence was enough to awaken you from your slumber. This is also a good... well,
What a gloomy
I'll write
night.
this second, but in just a
It
moment.
was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Apparently you've been waiting for a whole week.
At last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
And
I'll
mind
take
the
your
gap.
bags and your blasted archive suitcase. But, Holmes, the headlight. It's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Poppycock.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
It's too dark. Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow.
Well then, that was quite a rousing evening. And in celebration of that rousing evening, Bramble Pippington wishes to remind you all that we are currently in the middle of a sub-goal. Should we achieve 25 subscribers before February 15th, I shall do an old school retro spotlight stream. What this means is I will grab a lot of old school games, very old ones from, say, Super Nintendo and PlayStation 1 and all that, and we'll play through them. Do a little bit of everything. It'll be a grand time. Now, Bramble Pippington encourages you all that if you enjoy what you're watching, please feel free to throw Bramble Pippington either a follow or a subscription, or if you feel particularly amazing today, you may also throw Bramble Pippington just a few dollars. Now let us continue.
Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
I'll be doing Super Nintendo games, PlayStation 1 games, older games such as that. Not like it won't be like our normal retro spotlight where I play through the entire game. It'll just be a little bit of everything. Now, let us investigate this strange missing train. Quite odd that all of this is happening. Now, Watson, I, of course, remember, because I am Bramble Pippington and I remember everything,
Wow,
but,
dude, thanks for sticking around.
Grim Warrior, Mr. Crystal, thank you very, very much for gifting those 5 subs! That is quite kind of you! I appreciate it immensely!
We've got a lot.
I didn't count one of them because it was a resub, but I will count that towards the goal. Now, Watson, I remember everything because I'm Bramble Pippington, and that's just part of my super abilities, but, just to test and see that you were paying attention, where are we going next?
What should we do next, Holmes?
Right. Well then, new subscribers, please enjoy your new emotes. You shall receive a very
First of all,
fetching
let us
power
look
up.
at the area where the train disappeared.
Right, that's what we're doing. Anyway, you receive a very fetching power-up emote. You also receive a whelp emote, a beautiful feather heart emote,
Got a live one.
an emote of this bird character's sister Kayla, and also you shall receive your very own Rookie Junior Deputy badge to be displayed in other chats to let others know that you are well trained in the art of de-escalation. Now, imagination talent helps you to visualize objects and events. It's useful in limited situations. Got a little bit sidetracked, but we shall continue now.
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
Railway sleepers. Nothing unusual. A discarded item, possibly thrown from the train. There are no tracks or footprints on the ground. The rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual here. There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues and you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising. This investigation won't be simple. We shall require a map of the region.
Perhaps the station master could lend us one.
Lend! Oh, my dear Mr. Watson! Bramble Pippington will be taking that map, thank you very much. If you think for 1 second that I'm going to get a map from a station master and not keep it, well then, you've not been paying much attention to every single time that Bramble Pippington has ever pulled out a gun and threatened a man. I urge you to pay more attention, Mr. Watson. It's in your best interests.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I remember you. I'm Station Master Everett. You were here last night. So, you are Mr. Holmes, the great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
It is extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
Well, no doubt it was a false flag operation. They were all actors. I'm terribly sorry for making that joke. That was a joke. Phoenix, I am very well aware that Watson is the ex-army man. However, you must all be very well aware that Bramble Pippington is a goddamn sociopath. Right then, let us investigate. My God, you've got quite a pimple on there. You know, in a few hundred years, People will be watching YouTube, this thing called YouTube videos of people popping pimples like that. I know that sounds insane, but mark my words, it's definitely going to happen. It will be very strange, and no one, even in the time period, no one will be able to explain it. Spots of earth upon his jacket. Interesting. And he is a married man.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report. It's inside my office.
Bramble Pippington needs literally everything, and Bramble Pippington therefore shall take literally everything. I need your hat. I will take your hat. Before the end of this, that hat will be mine.
I would be glad to have a detailed map of the local railway district.
But of course, please, take the one that's pinned inside the waiting hall.
See you later, my good man.
Now you hear that, Watson? He said take it, not borrow it. Therefore, it's ours now. That is the rules. I knew that was not the proper place to go, Watson. I merely wished to check out the luggage and just see what was in there. Don't look at me like that, Watson. I can feel your eyes on the back of my head.
This map will be useful.
Well, it will be useful to Bramble Pippington, at least. To normal citizens, I'm not quite sure, but yes, to me it will be very useful. Alright then, so we've got some more evidence. We've also got information on the station master. This man is in his 60s and he's been married for a long time. The fresh spots of earth upon his sleeves reveal a passion for gardening. His badge of honorable station master reveals that he is a long-standing employee. All this demonstrates his desire to live a quiet and stable life. Precisely, Bramble Pippington merely needed to make sure that no one lost their luggage. Well then. Let us return to the area where the train vanished and see what we can find. Come, Watson. Of course, Mr. Crystal, yes, there were logs in his office. Bramble Pippington was merely testing you. Bramble Pippington most definitely was not caught up in his own jokes that he wasn't paying attention to the dialogue. That definitely wasn't happening. It was merely a test. Well done, Mr. Crystal. You have surely earned that badge today. Well done. Feel proud of yourself. Feel free to preen.
This part is probably from a locomotive.
Yes, well done, Sherlock! The part in a train station in the room that says train service is probably the part of a train. Well done, Sherlock! Well done! Good job! Truly, you really are the smartest of us all. This is why you're earning the big bucks around here. Yes, sir. That is the luggage. Where is your office, you weird man? Oh, probably behind the door that says ticket office. Probably here. Well then, let us continue.
A telegraph.
Message to all stations. Mr. Robinson is located at Bridlington Station.
A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson.
Normally, this would be the part where Bramble Pippington would break out in a rousing round of the song Hey Mrs. Robinson, but, you know, DMCAs and all that jazz. Anyway.
Here is the train set.
Line Nottingham to London, type train LNER number 324, composition locomotive coal car, first class car, postal wagon, special wagon, ordered by Mr. Robinson, and second class car. Fascinating. So the vanished train was of that composition. Oh, yes, well, anyway. There we go. First person mode, much better. Sir, I wish to speak with you about this special wagon. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about it? Tell me about the things that went on in the special wagon, and more importantly, was there plenty of protection being utilized by all parties, and was there consent? Bramble Pippington is very, very obsessed with consent.
According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value.
But
Those
Bramble
wagons
Pippington was
have
never
iron
on the
walls,
car.
you know, without any windows. And they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not.
Certainly,
No,
sir,
it's
it was the very
private.
first
And
dildo
it's not my
collection.
responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
Dildo collection of Queen Victoria herself. That's what was in there.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington Station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. But what kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington Station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course. It's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
That was
See you
such
later,
a
my good man.
that was such a dismissal. Like, you may take a cab there and get the fuck out of my hair. I have fucking work to do. Indeed, the passengers broke into the dildo car because they were misinformed. All right, Bramble Pippington has figured this out. All right, everyone, gather around. Bramble Pippington's going to tell you how all of this happened. So, what happened was the other passengers broke into this specialized car, and the reason why they broke in was because they thought that whenever they witnessed the loading of the dildos, they got quite confused. They thought that they were actually working penises that had managed to be detached. Now, the passengers were an inordinately large amount of single women who were reaching the end of their fertile stage and very, very eager for children. See, they had just come from the We All Want Children convention. It's one that takes place up in Nottinghamshire. It's a bit strange, I understand, but whatever. Do whatever you must do. So they broke it. So they stole the key, and with a cry of "Seize the means of reproduction, comrades!" they broke into the special car, and in doing so, they touched the space-time continuum in some strange way, because one of them must have been a physicist or something, and then the train, poof, vanished into thin air. And that's how it happened, everyone. Bramble Pippington has solved this case. Come, Watson, let's go home. Let's go home and have a drink. The celebratory drink, Bramble Pippington has solved this case. Perfectly logical solution to what happened. They hijacked the entire train and they drove it away because they were intended to run a very different type of train that evening. Ho ho ho! You, sir! Tell me about the dildo collection that was stored on that train.
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
Yeah, that's never going away anytime soon, buddy. Let me just go ahead. Let me just go ahead and let you know that's not changing anytime soon. Gentleman is wearing work clothing. He's carrying a cheap ticket. He appears to be married. And his skin is rather rough. Therefore, this is a working man. He's very upset and it would appear that he's married. So, only logical conclusion, his wife must have been one of these passengers who hijacked the train.
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is. Last night, I were on the train as usual with my colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
Ah, he was in on the dildo conspiracy. The dildo conspiracy, if you will. That's what's going to be called for the rest of the day. It is the conspiracy. He was in on the conspiracy and knew that if gentlemen were allowed to remain on the train, they may inject some semblance of sense, because we all know how hysterical women can be, and only the firm hand of a man can calm them down. That's a joke, Twitch. Jesus Christ, Twitch. Twitch, don't throw me off. It's just a joke. Anyway, they threw them off the train.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared. But I don't care, because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid, and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, of course their type don't need a ticket.
Yes, indeed. It looks like this gentleman might be the beginning of the nice guy movement. He's already just a hair's breadth away from saying, we all know these women don't need tickets. All the whores need to do is merely show their breasts. How do you come up with ridiculous theories that come shockingly close to the actions? That is talent, Phoenix. It's genuine talent.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Goodbye, sir.
My God! The foreigners are here to take our jobs, our women, and our dildos. Oh, this conspiracy reaches far higher than I originally imagined. Oh, dear sweet Jesus.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company? Because I have a complaint.
We all
We
have
are
complaints.
not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me, but I'm not in the mood for idle chit-chat at the moment.
Oh, Holmes. Seems that someone's finally giving you the respect you truly deserve. Wearing an Australian hat. Oh, dear sweet Jesus. Holmes, get away from him! This man is from a place where literally everything wants to kill you! He will not hesitate to slaughter you! Clothes are quite expensive. He wears a heavy gold ring. And fancy shoes that are made of crocodile skin. You know the differences between a crocodile and an alligator, sir? A crocodile will see you in a while, and an alligator will see you later. I don't get it either.
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
Bramble Pippington never said that you did, but the fact that you indicated that you didn't have anything to hide tells me that you do have something to hide! See, that's the kind of jumping to conclusions that makes me an excellent detective.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity.
From
I'm a
female
businessman
orgasms.
and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention. But I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
Tell me, does this strange machine conduct electricity from women's orgasms? Because I'm beginning to think that that's the case. And I won't hear otherwise. I simply won't hear it, everyone.
The directors' board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazas Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazas Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
For God's sake, sir, it is priceless. It could change the world we live in. And yet, I was selling it for almost nothing. I am a humanitarian, you see. I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damned train.
Well, Bramble Pippington knows how you feel. One time, Bramble Pippington invented a device that could slice, toast, and butter your bread. It's quite amazing, really. And then one day, Bramble Pippington's wife left him. The joke being that Bramble Pippington's ex-wife was the... Anyway, let's continue.
Mr. Robinson, could you please clarify? Were you traveling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received a telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr. Bromsby, wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
Mr. Bromsby is a wealthy gentleman. His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot. You will pay for it. I will sue you.
The ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train except for the directors of the Barcazas Chilean Company.
Oh, you silly man! There's no such thing as lawsuits nowadays. No, he shall be... Where did he go? Wherever that young man went, he shall engage in trial by combat to the death. That's how we do it here, in this civilized world.
I will not move from here until I receive my refund.
Well, then you should probably graph yourself to that bench. Anyway, continuing onward. So, the Chileans stayed on the train. All passengers were removed from the train except for the directors of the Chilean Barcazas Company. They were the only passengers on the train after Bridlington Station. And the train vanished with all of its staff and people aboard. This means that it was a conspiracy. The directors of the Chilean Barcas Company were intentionally left on the train. The controller removed all passengers from the train except for the Chileans. The word Chileans is going to sound very, very weird by the time all of this is over. He's just angry because he's a cuck. That made me laugh more than it probably should have. Oh. Right then, young man, I wish to speak to you. I understand that soon you shall be engaging in trial by combat. Well, Bramble Pippington himself is actually kind of terrified to die, but my companion out here, Dr. Watson, he is ex-military and he pretty much gives no shits about anything anymore. He's basically completely given up on life, so he's offered to take your place. He doesn't know that he's volunteering to take your place, but trust me, he's volunteering to take your place. Now, why don't you all sort out those details while I, poke around your office? That's fine, right? She's gonna invade your privacy. Should be alright. Aha! We have a gap in the floor with a sheet of paper. Interesting.
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
Insurance organized by Thomas L. Robinson for his prototype called the Autonomous Electricity Generator. Pretty soon we'll just pare that down to where we'll just call it a vibrator. This policy partially covers the loss of the prototype up to 50% of its value. Maximum cover amount £15,000. Insurance duration is 1 year and it is renewable. Well, you're not entirely wrong, Jordan. It is kind of a golden ticket.
A telegraph.
Yet another telegraph. Good to see that you're all working hard to keep all the stations in communication. What's all this over here? What's all this, then? Books and... God, for a second there, I thought that was a small model skeleton pressed up against the wall, but it appears not to be. If it had been a skeleton just sitting there on the wall, I actually would have been very impressed. It could have hung a sign on it that said, waiting for the next train, and, you know, it would have been funny and all. But, anyway. I forgot this is Victorian London. No one is allowed to be funny.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's train.
Possibly fortunate, depending on who you speak to.
Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions.
But first, I shall stare at you for a very uncomfortable amount of time. Also, the last train person wouldn't give me his hat. Will you give me your hat? I really would like that hat.
Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with 2 furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service. They stayed here the whole night. But people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you. I understand.
Oh, if you think those angry customers are a headache to deal with now, you should wait until the year 2020. Oh my god. See, in the year 2020, whenever a customer gets angry at you, they engage in biological warfare and attempt to get very, very sick and attempt to cough on you with a novel virus. It's quite horrifying, actually.
Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did. And I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
I see Pippington's going to have to break out the Bramble bitch slap.
Working here?
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
No, he's quite a rookie station manager, as a matter of fact.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Ah, that is... Well, I'll tell you everything.
Well
First
done,
of all,
Dr. Watson.
I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar...
I'm sorry, I have to stop just long enough to point out. Everyone keeps on being like, it was very, very rude. And you can just tell how fucking English this game is, that all of them take a minute to inform you that yes, the Ticketmaster was very rude.
telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
Yes, I believe you're starting to understand how it
To
works
visit
around here now.
Chesterfield Station, we need to confirm if the station master saw the train or not.
Let us see here. Telegram from Chesterfield Station. Well, of course this poor young man didn't understand. He's not as educated in linguistics as the great Bramble Pippington. See, what this telegram actually says is, help us, please help us. The women have stormed the dildo carriage and they're taking over. That's what this message says. It's alright, son. You're not as trained in linguistics as the great Bramble Pippington is. It was written in leet speak. On his passenger's hands and clothes, he appears to be a specialized worker. He has no baggage and is alone. He is not traveling nor on vacation with his wife. He takes the train on a daily basis to get to work and back. In this event, he should be accustomed with the railway and be familiar with the stations and his regular fellow passengers. Robinson is a wealthy man who holds a high position in society, clearly indicated by his expensive clothes and golden ring. His Australian hat and crocodile shoes may allow us to deduce that he is a foreigner who travelled to England. Most likely he is here due to a business trip. And the station master of Bringlington is very young. He tries to keep his uniform clean and is attentive to his duties. Fresh ink stains upon the fingers of his right hand indicate that the young man has been writing a great deal. It seems he has almost completed his education, and this is his first serious position. Chesterfield Station Master's report about the vanished train was full of errors and barely readable. It is hard to understand if he confirmed that the train passed through his station or not. A valuable insurance policy for a prototype known as the Autonomous Electricity Generator, or Vibrating Dildo as we call it. Let's see if there's anything else I can speak to this gentleman about.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from doing.
I apologise for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you keep on digging that hole of yours. You have no idea who I am.
Well, you kind of look like John Goodman, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Are you John Goodman?
Oh, wow,
Holy
dude,
shit,
thanks
guys.
for sticking around.
Hey, Jordan, thank you for gifting that subscription to Beetleman. It's really, really awesome of you. Important grip sack. I'm gonna giggle like a little child over everything.
I see that you kept your grip sack with you. Why don't you leave it in the luggage room?
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype. And this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but...
Well, that won't do at all. Station Master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
I'll do it right away, sir. Sorry, sir.
This Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
In my experience, whenever you say that someone is a character, what you actually mean is they're a shithead.
It's a scandal. An absolute outrage.
Yes, indeed, I agree. That hat and those shoes, honestly. Poor man doesn't know about, you know, a little thing called fashion. Not like Bramble Pippington. Bramble Pippington knows all about fashion.
Guys, I feel like I'm being
Railway
watched.
post bags.
By someone besides you guys, I mean.
Kame, thank you very much for the host. It's very, very awesome of you. Now then, let us dig through this poor man's private items. I'm sure it'll be totally fine. Don't worry about it.
This gripsack belongs to Mr. Robinson.
I think we should open it, Holmes. This is what they call force majeure. I'll keep watch.
Of course.
Watson, I can only assume that the reason why you're okay with us doing something that's very, very much illegal is because this man is a foreigner. I can't help but feel that that's why you're okay with this. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Just saying. Well done, Bramble! Thank you, other Bramble. I am quite clever.
Look, Watson, a bundle of contracts. Very suspicious. We should study them carefully.
Exclusive sales contract.
Sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller.
Not responsible for any problems that may arise with the prototype after the purchase, whether or not the issues were known by either party. That's an as-is sale. As is! Guys, little tip for y'all. As is means buyer beware.
Yet another exclusive sales contract. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another exclusive. Mr. Robinson is the seller. Yet another.
Would seem he has quite a few exclusive sales contracts.
Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
My, the plot thickens! Like oatmeal. Prototype has many customers, and the prototype has insurance on it. Loss of the machine is a disaster for Mr. Robinson. Even though he planned this fraud, he has lost far more than he could gain. The insurance will not cover the total cost of the prototype. Could be a victim, or he could be the perpetrator. The loss of the prototype will bring a lot of easy money to Mr. Robinson thanks to the insurance and multiple fraudulent exclusive contracts. It benefits him far greater for the prototype to go missing. Well, Watson. It would appear that we have quite a bit of information now that we didn't have before. After all, that is the point of deducing things.
I will not move from here until I receive my
Don't touch anything, please.
Touch! You know what? Touch. 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 I'm touching everything. I'm touching everything just because you told me not to. That's what happens when you tell me not to do something. Touch. All the stuff that I touched. And I didn't sanitize my hands beforehand. So there. Anyway. We should enter this Chesterfield and see what we can find there. You fiend! How dare you! Bramble Pippington is a man who simply knows how to handle things. Whenever someone thinks they can boss him around, Bramble Pippington makes sure that they know that they cannot. Well, Jordan, in that particular case, I would need consent. Bramble Pippington is very, very persnickety about getting consent before touching people. Items, on the other hand. Touch.
This bin is full of empty bottles.
Touch. 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 A Morse
I
code
had
alphabet.
thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
As well, that's how it is with these lazy children today, am I right, Watson?
A telegraph.
Touch. 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 I'm not gonna touch you, but touch.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
First off, though, please allow me to stare at you for a very uncomfortable amount of time. His nose is red, much like Rudolph. However, his clothes are in fact clean. Interesting. He is married. He has an alcohol flask on him. And he's carrying fishing line.
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No, nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
He was socially distancing, Watson. Get off his dick.
Here. Now you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs.
Right. I think we know why his message came out so strange.
Station Master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
Oh, there definitely is a need to be petty, my good sir. I believe that you were binge drinking before the train arrived.
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
It would seem that we cannot trust anything that this gentleman says. Also, my sound is not working properly. Give me just one moment while I try to fix it. One second, and I'll have it fixed in just a moment. Need to restart my audio engine. There we go. Now then. Sir, how dare you? Before we do anything else, you must face a good, sound tongue thrashing for your behavior. Sir, the way that you have conducted yourself today is inappropriate, and it's simply insufficient for a man of your character and standing. How dare you? How dare you partake in all of that alcohol that you clearly partook in, and you did not save even a bottle for Bramble Pippington? The very nerve! You should be ashamed of yourself. Come, Watson, let us go. He's addicted to alcohol. The hue of his face and his nose in particular can confirm this without any doubt. His wife takes good care of him in spite of this. He's lazy, distracted, and obviously not in a position to perform his duties well. Duties. Anyway.
A fishing advertisement.
You were very excited about that fishing advertisement, Watson. Jeez.
Locked. There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
Ooh, jumping straight to the breaking in. I love it. I love it. I love it, Holmes. I love it.
Railway post bags.
It would appear there seem to be some instruments
These
here.
tools were used quite recently. They are still muddy. We should ask about them.
No doubt our gentleman in there was digging himself a nice fishing hole. Or something. I'm sure this has something to do with fishing.
Bags were recently dragged here. French wine, a remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
Oh, Jordan, Now, Jordan, good sir, I respectfully disagree. After all of these items, I once saw used in another band. It was a percussion band. It would all gather together and bang these instruments against metal railways and sing together. It was quite a good show. I'm suddenly realizing that Bramble Pippington witnessed a chain gang. Huh. Anyway. Sir, we have found your stash of stolen alcohol, and I wish to inform you that I won't tell anyone so long as you give me some.
You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should clean them. Although, might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
Do you want
Why,
rusty
mate,
tools? Because that's how
what
you
are
get
they
rusty
used for?
tools.
Some workers come here and borrowed them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
Sir, Bramble Pippington believes that you might be an idiot.
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening.
Well, no, they definitely couldn't have been English then. you're having a dull evening, an Englishman simply makes it worse. So, no, they definitely couldn't have been English. So, there are a number of recently used tools at Chesterfield Station. However, there are no signs of activity around this station. To continue inspecting this station, it seems. Don't believe we'll find anything else in here, but we can continue our search outside. Accidentally. There we go. There's some luggage sitting around, but no passengers. Fascinating. Watson, you give me the heebie-jeebies just standing there like that. Let's check the warehouse and see if anything's been done in here.
A handcar wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
In a young girl's
Holmes.
heart. The
Then
music can
you are
free
of the
her
opinion
whenever
that a
she
train
starts.
cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But you are wrong,
That
good
is it.
sir!
We didn't see the train itself.
But... Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
As well, that's quite normal to anyone who speaks to Bramble Pippington, because Bramble Pippington's mind works at a far greater capacity than most people. But it's quite alright. It's nothing you need to be ashamed of, it's merely your own human limitations. Understand that you are not stupid, Bramble Pippington is merely incredibly smart. Now then. There were no traces of a train, however we have seen spare parts of a handcar. This would indicate that it was a fake train instead. The dismantled handcar seems directly connected to our mystery. We must reconstruct the handcar to see if it could imitate the vanished train. Also, we have discovered that this train in question, while there was supposed to be a telegram sent out, our Chesterfield station master is quite untrustworthy. Now, the train could have passed through Chesterfield station despite our being unsure if the station master sent the report, or the train never once passed through Chesterfield station because the station master was drunk and his testimony seems quite unreliable. He could have sent the report without witnessing the train, which I believe might be the case. Now then, let us see. We shall have to perform an experiment, Watson! Oh, I do so love experiments! Bramble Pippington is, after all, a man of science.
I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the appropriate object here. I should use the
Yes, heard you the first time. We're not quite ready for that. Small gear needs to go into the small gear housing mechanism. Then we have a wooden base. We also have wheels. Wheel goes onto this wheel axle. Rotate this item. Ah, here's the brakes joint. We'll connect the brakes here. Attach our next wheel, right here to the wheel axle. And then... I believe we are missing something else.
I should use the appropriate object here.
We need wood to place into this... Ah, here we are. Wooden boards. Excellent. There we are.
So,
This has been your
now here we
DIY
have
hour
the
with
fake
Bramble
train
Pippington.
that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson. I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle.
We require some evidence.
We need to attach a headlight.
Right, so we will need a headlight and a steam whistle. Anything else in here that we can use for such a thing? I have a fire extinguisher, which is most definitely not what I needed, but I have it nonetheless. Ah, some spare parts. A headlight and a whistle. Precisely what we need.
The long pole is now attached. It will allow us to connect the headlight. The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
My goodness!
And what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson. We shall need a fire extinguisher.
My goodness, these women went to incredible lengths to merely procure some dildos.
The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here. The steam whistle is ready to be used. Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions.
Yes, that's
In
my
fact,
job
this
after
does
all.
not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
At any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
Well, I'm quite sorry about that, but Bramble Pippington always knows that he needs his items wherever he goes. That was a rhyme. So then, the train never reached Evesham. It disappeared earlier and it was faked by someone using a handcar and spare train parts from Chesterfield Station. Now we'll need to go and retrieve our archives.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
Stop it! Cease with this! Ramble Pippington is trying to concentrate.
Here it is.
Here we are.
There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry. There is a small section of a railway at the end of Evesham station.
Well then, looks like we have much to investigate. First, let us begin with the railway switch. Come now, Watson, let's have ourselves a nice brisk jog. Or not. Very well then. Back this way. Wasn't quite as lengthy of a job as a jog as I would have expected, but oh well.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
That could send the train off in this direction. But I don't think... Nope, I'm not allowed to go that way. Well then. This way would take you to Chesterfield, and then that way would take you off to wherever the hell they're headed. Also, pretty sure that this road should go in the same direction as the railway. They're not gonna let me do that. Okay. Well then, Watson. Seems we will need to, explore a little bit more.
This suitcase contains my archives. We can consult with it if needed. It is fortunate that we took it with us.
Oh.
Mines. This is interesting.
Alright then, let's reconstruct this. The train was diverted off into the direction of the
It would be
mines.
quite possible for someone to redirect the train towards the mines.
Well, Ramble Pippington would make a joke about how he hopes that we find some miners, but in lieu of recent events, that would be extremely distasteful to do so. Be in terrible taste.
Here are the mines, Holmes. They appear to be abandoned. This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised.
It's difficult to follow you, Holmes.
Well, then perhaps you should take longer steps, Watson. Some rails seem to be missing.
Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
My goodness. It's amazing how... Watson, isn't it amazing how ingenious a group of women can become when all they want is some good dick? My god.
This is the cabin for the mine's security personnel.
Oh my god, I found the metal box from the last mystery!
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
Getting a lot of practice with this whole, with this lockpicking minigame, I must say. we go. English girls make do. Indeed they
the
do.
Mexican company Caracal and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mycroft could help.
Sherlock, Bramble Pippington really feels that you should learn to stand on your own 2 feet. The more that you continue to go to your toxic brother for any help, the more he'll use that to manipulate you. Really, you must try your hardest to break away from his shadow. I understand that it's scary, but I believe in you. New instructions to all Waco security personnel. We inform you that representatives of the Barcazas group are now granted free access from now on. This company is the future owner of the mines. Also, starting from today, a no trespassing rule is upheld against any representative of the Caracal Consortium. The preliminary contract of sale has been cancelled. Do not provide any explanation. This information is confidential. We must find out more about this Way Coal. Hello, Watson. I believe that the Wendigos are here. I just heard them scrambling around in the mines, so here's what's going to happen. Don't you dare fucking eat me. Do you understand me? Don't you eat me. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. I'll shove you again. I'll shove you again. That's what I'll do to you if you eat me. I'll be very, very cross with you indeed. Yep, definitely Wendigos in there. Luckily, there's a very strong lock between them and us. Let us hope that that lock holds. Bramble Pippington is most definitely not getting concerned or anything like that. Don't worry about it. Well then. Let us now head to the station between Evesham and Chesterfield and see what we may find there. You just feel like taking a step back there, Watson?
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an Englishman.
Alright, you two, we actually do need to sit down and talk about your racism.
This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize
I
it,
s-
I must
oh my
combine
God.
my associations into one picture.
I swear to God. Okay, guys. I swear to God. If this image ends up being a sombrero, I swear to Jesus. I swear to Jesus. It's definitely a sombrero. Holy shit. Oh my God. Right into position. here we go. Probably will fit it now. Yeah. Come on now, that's pretty much right in position. Come on. Come on now. Oh, guess I had to move this too. I must say, Sherlock, you've quite the artistic imagination.
A strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. Ricardo.
You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Turrent, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an expensive one, too.
I'm sorry, I'm absorbing the fact that we knew it was a Mexican cigar because the little image in our head made a sombrero. I'm just kind of wrapping my head around that right now.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs. Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans.
Interesting!
A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the floor. Some of the stubs were recently smoked. There are others that appear fairly old.
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station. This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
Alright, well, I'm glad that we investigated that. The suspicious man at Doncaster Station was smoking Ricardo Turrent, expensive Mexican cigars of excellent quality. He has spent at least the last few days here. Well then, Watson, we must go and have a good talking to this man. Probably give him a jolly good bollocking over the fact that he is trespassing. He is loitering. That is quite unbecoming of any gentleman. We shall have to go and give him a right. Jesus Christ! It kind of looked like there was like a person there, and I ran. I mean, it wasn't, but still, Jesus. Give him a right good seeing too.
Newspaper articles on horse racing, hurdle, steeplechase, and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes.
Betting slips for horse racing.
It only ever results in one thing, everyone.
The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
He lost all of his money, and so as a result, he found himself being used by the foul, foul women who wish to steal the dildo collection. No, I'm not stopping on that one. Still thinking that's what's going to happen.
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
There are two companies, the Chilean Bacchus and the Mexican Carasal. Both wanted to purchase the WEA coal mines. The Mexican Carasal Consortium had established Bramble Pippington's vocal performance is not quite at where it's supposed to be. Had established an initial deal and had prepared all the papers. However, the Chilean Barcazas group, aided by their influential connections, managed to snatch the concluding deal for the mines. Fascinating. How do they do that? Probably with money. So, WEA Coal has sold the mines to the Chilean Barcazas company despite the initial deal with the Mexican Carasel company. both of them were willing to purchase the mines. However, the mines are also collapsed, which is interesting. The Mexicans held no grudge against the Chileans. Business is business. Nope! Nope! No! That's plenty good reason to be a little bit pissed off, not gonna lie. They swoop in and stole their deal, so... I can see where they'd be a little bit upset by that. Right then, let's go have a talk with that gentleman.
Holmes, look. There's a flooded area over here.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking.
Come then, Watson. Let's have ourselves a nice brisk jog. Oh, what oh? 'Tis the station master. Let us speak to him first, and then we shall work on our cardio.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master of this station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
It's alright. I'm just going to stare at you for an uncomfortable amount of time until you feel like talking. It's very melancholy, but then again, this could be due to some sort of incident happening in his life, but it also could be due to the fact that he's an Englishman, and we're all kind of existing in a constant state of melancholy. There's no watch. He's missing a button. He has a ring mark upon his finger. Seems to have lost everything.
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map, there should be a quarry here, and behind that, the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
Sure you can if you put your mind to it. Bramble Pippington tries to find at least 10 things to complain about before breakfast each morning. Usually they have to do with the fact that Bramble Pippington has to wake up.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph. Just the same as all the other nights.
There was no one aboard, you say? I believe that you may be lying, good sir.
I observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon? Addiction to what?
I just said gambling, you fool. I've seen the horse racing tickets, but Apple Pippington knows what's up, as the children say.
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
Is there only one train master in this entire country who's normal? Because so far I've only run into one.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry. Instead, we can check the beach area around the flooded lake. Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
The man at Doncaster who fled our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson. We should certainly speak with him.
And to speak with him we shall! Bramble Pippington loves to speak to people. In fact, one would say that Bramble Pippington enjoys speaking to people far more than they enjoy speaking to Bramble Pippington. Although that would be quite ridiculous. Everyone loves speaking with Bramble Pippington.
Watson, would you like some tea?
No.
Watson, hand over your card as an Englishman at once. You're clearly no Englishman. You just turned down an offer of tea. Watson, go and fetch my waiters. Meanwhile, I shall continue searching around here. Must find that gentleman who ran off at the sight of us. Can't understand why he'd be so terrified to speak to me. And after all, I'm an absolute ray of sunshine. Watson was the Watson's sus, guys! Watson's sus!
Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
De Chile.
Then, let us begin our very awkward staring contest. There's wrinkles all over him. He wears smart clothing. He has a very strong build, indicating that he does work. Martial arts and an expensive cigar.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
Because we're racists. That's just kind of what we do. And also the Mexican cigars, I guess.
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos. So what?
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
But what is your business here, good sir? I have an excellent accent as well. Perhaps we shall have an accent off.
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros, who were due to arrive yesterday. They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
Someone's about to get the bramble bitch
And
slap.
he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
Watson, all I know is someone's about to get the bramble bitch slap. Okay, so. There's a suspicious Mexican at Doncaster. Doncaster station master reported by telegraph the arrival and departure of the vanished train. The Mexican carousel company could have held a grudge against the Chilean Barcazas group, as the Chileans were favored for purchasing the WEA coal mines despite the Mexicans' preliminary sales contract. Now, we must investigate the beach area around that flooded lake. Come, Watson! to the beach. Unfortunately, we will not be there to catch a few rays because, after all, this is London and the sun literally never shines. Watson, I'm so sad. Watson, please. Watson, hold me.
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster Station. It doesn't look like a very good place to rest. These traces were made by a carriage. Look. The vehicle pressed this stone
It's England.
into the ground.
Whatever.
It would have been quite heavy. Nothing interesting here.
I need to go.
Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting here. Nothing interesting.
Oh, I get it now.
Nothing interesting here.
Oh, I thought I got it.
Nothing interesting here.
Thought it was. I need to measure the distance between the treads.
The distance
There we
between
go.
the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep.
Heavy enough to
These
carry a
traces are
case of
relatively
dildos!
fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. This place was abandoned fairly recently.
Fire still smoldering. No doubt the women heard us
Observing
coming and
the
made a run for
coastline
it.
and the moored boats, we are able to see that the lake's water level dropped. The lake has flooded the quarry. The dam was probably breached.
Ooh! The plot thickens! So that would mean that... Hang on a second. So that would mean... Hold on just 1 second. So that would mean that after the Chileans bought the coal mines right out from under the Mexicans then would have destroyed the dam to flood the mines. Holy shit! I love this. This is great. This is, my god, this is better than any daytime soap opera. Let's see, we have a metal label here.
A label with the name Las Zarpas.
A Las Zarpas label that was found at the beach near the lake. We'll need to consult the archives in order to see what this means. I must say, Watson, I had hoped that we'd get a little bit of time on the beach for our holiday, but this was not quite how I expected to get it. Alright, can't go that way. Bears I'll have to go around the other way. Dear God, the smell! Now, let us check our archives and investigate what this Las Zarpas is. Ah, here we are. Las Zarpas. The Las Zarpas barges are leaders in heavy goods transportation. The Las Zarpas label belongs to the Mexican consortium Caracel, who cover shipping, electricity services, and mining.
Here it is.
By the expensive brand of this man's cigars and the clothes that he wears, we may conclude that he is financially wealthy. The strong smell of tobacco surrounds him, and his breathing is harsh.
I feel like I'm being followed.
Katie, thank you very much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Bramble Pippington welcomes you to the chat and hopes that you have a grand time here. He's been smoking heavily for the past few days. The backs of his hands are red and calloused, the signs of a man who is well practiced in the martial arts. The station master of Doncaster is in a depressed state. He may be recently divorced, owing to the mark left by the ring on his ring finger. His clothes are untidy, and it appears that he finds his single life quite difficult. His master's watch is missing. It could be lost or stolen, or even pawned if he is in desperate need of money. Alright, so we got a few things that we're gonna need to do. We need to... We seem to... Hang on. Let me check something. Got quite a few things we need to do. We need to examine Doncaster Railway Station for suspicious details and clues, so we haven't quite finished that yet. Pretty much need to go just about everywhere. Yeah, we basically gotta go just about everywhere and investigate some more things. Alright then. Back to Doncaster. So the Mexican carousel have barges. Special transport was used to take something very heavy from the lake. Alright. Mexicans had recently utilized barges at the lake, probably to transport something very heavy. The Mexicans could have organized the Chileans stay on the train, and that would be why the controller removed all of the passengers except for the Chileans. That is very possible. However, we must not jump to any conclusions just yet. We must keep in mind, after all, that the dildos no doubt may play a very important role in all of this. Head over to where the switch turns off, and perhaps we can find some more clues. I must say, I've seen so many switches that Bramble Pippington feels like he's in a BDSM club.
To the quarry. Let us take a look. The switch is rusted, but it still works. The rail is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable. The railway ends here. That is strange.
So we've examined the railway branch leading to the quarry. What else do we have to do? We must also examine the side railway branch at Evesham, examine the mines and find out is it possible to hide a train there, and examine Doncaster Railway Station. We still need to examine more at this railway station. There's something else here that we haven't found yet. There's an old railway at Doncaster that leads to the quarry. It's flooded and missing a section of the rail. There are also rails to the mines that are missing, but apparently that has nothing to do with anything. The quarry is also flooded. So the train could have been sunk in the flooded quarry at Doncaster Station. Or it could not have been sunk because the old railway that leads there is missing some rails.
something else. That would mean that the train would have passed through... Okay, if it was sunk, then the train would have had to pass through Chesterfield Station. As usual, we have a couple of different ways that all of this could have resolved itself. And Bramble Pippington will find all of those different ways. There's also something else here that we need to find.
A telegraph.
Clearly not that, because if it turned out and said, okay, now you've explored everything, I'd have been like, really, game? Really? Remember what Sherlock said when he first got here? I don't even remember what he said when he first... It's a toss-away line that gives the right answer and it annoys the hell out of me. Oh dear. What did he say when we first got here? Watson, what did I say when I first
All
got
these
here?
trains and railway stations, Chileans, Mexicans, and Robinson with his prototype. Holmes, I'm utterly lost.
Watson, my dear, my friend, so am I. I think the only downside to this, like, way of doing the Sherlock Holmes games is, like, it's easy to kind of get confused as to who had what motive. Oh, there's supposed to be a quarry and then the lake behind the quarry. I feel like there's something there that I'm supposed to, because it's... Where's that fishing guy? You, sir, do you have any fishing line on you? Probably not. Alright, well, let's go back to the mines and see what we can find there. We need to find out if it's possible to hide an entire train within the mines. I'm not sure about that, but, well, let's take a look.
This is an administrative panel. See what it says.
Watson, you are a gentleman, and gentlemen tend to carry handkerchiefs. Might I borrow yours?
And where is your own?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I am
Very
not a
well.
gentleman, after
There
all.
it is.
WEA Coal. These mines belong to them.
Alright, cool. We found the exact thing that we already knew. Neat. Oh, but we also have vehicle traces. Interesting.
The distance between the tracks is about 4 feet 8 inches.
This would have had to have been a different
A
vehicle.
lightly loaded vehicle came this way. There is a wooden beam lying on the rails. A small vehicle with wooden beams went down this way.
Collapsed mine, pile of stones. Seems we have a package in here. Oh dear God! Holmes, no, don't open it! That's how you get anthrax!
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside.
No, don't open it! That's how you get anthrax, dude! Stop!
Sawdust. I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
Oh boy. Aim. It's an explosive.
Dynamite.
Yes, that was cracking good shooting! So the mines had to have been blasted. Or it's possible they were blasted. So the mines were collapsed to hide the train, and dynamite was used after the train was moved inside. Or the mines were collapsed with dynamite, and someone wanted to close them intentionally. If we're operating on the idea that the Mexicans and the Chileans were pissed off with one another, it could be sabotage. Or... this could be something entirely separate from the Mexican-Chilean, this could be something entirely separate from the rivalry. This could have been sabotage done a while back whenever the Chileans bought the mines, or this could have been a concealment used to hide the train itself. Sawdust is used to stabilize the nitroglycerin in TNT. I didn't know that. That's neat. Well, I think there were two quarries, Akame, and one of them they were able to destroy a dam in order to flood out, and then the other one, they just blew it shut. Or, like I said, the mine's closing could have been entirely separate. It could have been, to hide the train. We'll need to examine the side railway branch at Evesham. Let's go there next. I know we have to go back to Doncaster to inspect there again, but let's try to figure out what we can. Alright, so either rich motherfucker basically buried the train so that he could run off with all that money because they were prepaid contracts, and he'd also get a little bit of the insurance money as well. Or this is a continuation of the rivalry between the Mexicans and the Chileans. Okay. Going that way, I guess. Well, then the question becomes, so who pretended... like, who faked a train, basically? Could have been that guy that we saw in the train station. Seems we have multiple traces. Both light and heavy vehicles.
Traces. Let's take a closer look. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches.
The same as the distance at the beach.
The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle.
There's a disassembled warehouse near Evesham, and deep traces left by a large truck with a base of around 6 feet 7 inches that was most likely transporting materials.
This road should lead to the town of Evesham.
I think we might need to have a little discussion with our station master here.
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd.
Maybe they were getting into the house moving craze, Sherlock, and they just didn't know what they were doing, you know? No judgment. Don't hate on these people. They're just trying something new. Alright, let's go have a little chat with, yeah, let's go talk with the station master real quick. Pardon me, good sir. I'm really hoping that you're not involved with all of this, because I was kind of hoping that you were the only sane station master in the entire railway line.
It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station, and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago. The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
2 weeks ago, I hope they started an
warehouse?
investigation.
Nothing of value. A few hundred feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal all of that. Why would anyone want to?
See you later, my good man.
Alright guys, yep, this just absolutely confirms it for me that all this thieving was done by communists. They're here. Okay, so the men stole the railways, the women stole the dildos. They are here to steal, they are here to seize both the means of production and the means of reproduction. Still need to learn a little bit more about that Doncaster telegram. Alright. So somebody stole the rails to temporarily cover the missing section of the old railway to the flooded quarry, or somebody stole the rails to temporarily cover the missing section of the railway into the mines. So if it was into the quarry, that would have been the Mexicans and the Chileans, and if it was into the mines, that would have been the rich dude, maybe. If it missed if it never went to Chesterfield, and if the missing pieces were used to cover the road into the mines, and if the mines were collapsed to conceal it, then that would mean that the train would be inside of the mines. But if it was meant to lead to the flooded quarry, and if it did pass through Chesterfield, and if the train was sunk at Doncaster Station, and if the mine collapse was a sabotage, that would mean that the train has been sunk in the flooded quarry. So those are our two big, that's our two big, possibilities here. Alright. Now, we have some other things that we need to find. There's still something we're missing at Doncaster Railway Station. So let's head back there and see if we can figure it out. It's something that has to do with the deduction board. The Doncaster telegram. The Doncaster station master reported by telegraph the arrival and departure of the vanished train. That's something in relation to that. Maybe I need to talk to the guy again.
You'll find nothing interesting here, I'm afraid.
You got that right, dude.
Railway post bags.
Here we go, the station
This
master's
post
bag.
belongs to the station master.
A letter to a lawyer. Cornwall Advocate Agency, Main Road, BR698HJ, Bromley, London. In reply to your last warning letter, I wish to assure you that I shall soon honor all the latest installments that I need to pay according to my debts. Yours faithfully, Edward Duff. So you plan to get a big payday. Interesting. And a letter to his wife.
The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
Alright, 9 Alpine Street, Basford, Nottinghamshire. My darling, I ask you to trust me this time. I shall soon have more than enough money to repay the house mortgage. It's only a matter of days. You may continue living in the house without me, since that is your wish. Please know that I still care about you and hope that you will forgive me one day, despite all of the harm I have caused in recent years. Yours, Edward. So the Doncaster Master was getting some money. Because he assured his lawyer and his ex-wife that he'd be sending them money, and he bought horse racing tickets despite the fact that he can ill afford them. So that would mean that the train would have never passed through Doncaster Station. The station master would have lied and sent a false report. And he was probably bribed. So that would have meant that the Mexicans had drowned the Chileans. It was a carefully planned murder. The Mexicans killed the Chileans and sank the train in a flooded quarry in order to hide their crime. And that's our possibility if it was, in fact, the Mexicans who did it. Now, that assumes the train passed Chesterfield, the railway was used to go to the flooded quarry, the train was sunk. They would have drowned everybody. Now let's go the other way around. If the Mexicans held no grudge, or the Chileans could have made the train vanish in order to steal the prototype from Mr. Robinson. That's also a possibility. Which, if that was the case, that would have meant the mines were still used to hide the train, which meant it was never sunk, which means that the railway pieces were used to go into the mines, which means that it never made it to Chesterfield. That would mean that the Chileans hid the train in order to steal the prototype. They stole the prototype and sealed the train underneath the collapsed mine in order to hide their crime. And finally, our last possibility is that Robinson had a motive. It was purely coincidence that the Chileans happened to be on the train. That would mean that Robinson would be a swindler. Mr. Robinson is a financial swindler. With the aid of his minions, he sealed the train and his fake machine underneath the collapsed mines to make a fortune from multiple contracts and the insurance claim. Jesus Christ. Alright then. So that's our three... I think that's our three possibilities here. Let me... Yeah, everything has been investigated. All the evidence has had all of its dialogue, discussions, and all that jazz. So... Alright, so now it comes down to which one we think. Okay. I think that the greatest possibility for this is that the Mexicans did it to drown the Chileans. I think that's the most likely... All for the want of a few dildos, exactly. But perhaps all along it was never about the dildos. Those poor dildos were might have merely been... what's it called? Oh, what's it... Collateral damage! Yeah, we got... So Mystic Crystal thinks it's the drowning. Izzy thinks that it's a swindler. I should think so. I think right answer here. I think it's the Mexican. I think that it was the Mexicans drowning the Chileans. What did I find at the mines? Let me take a look. We found traces that were made by a small truck with a base of around... Yeah, what's with the small truck? Is the thing. We got the ones with the big truck. What did the small truck... What was the small truck for? Yeah, Robinson made a lot of exclusive sales, so there is the possibility that he could have done it and then crashed the train and had someone crash the train into the mines and then just bury the mines, and then the Chileans would have been the incidental, just collateral damage. Found broken tie rods? Don't remember finding those. Hang on. Go back to the mines. Oh yeah, the broken screws and stuff? I'm assuming you mean? Hang on.
Someone removed these screws, most probably to take down the... A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
I don't know, normally with these cases I can get a feel for which one I think is the most likely answer, but this one I'm a little bit stumped, I'm not gonna lie. The quarry is flooded and it wasn't before, which... I think it's the Mexicans drowned the Chileans. That's what I think happened. I'm pretty sure that was the... I'm pretty sure that's what happened. The man in the station is a martial artist with a lot of money. Oh, Robinson is absolutely a swindler, but his swindling might be completely incidental in this case. Chat is kind of convinced that it's Robinson. Which he could have paid that that man that we spoke to. He could have been working for the Mexicans, but he could have also been working for Robinson to do his dirty work. And also, like, sending that message to get Robinson a good excuse to get off the train. So. Barges were used to remove something big. That's true, the Chileans still could have... Ah! Chileans could have done this to... Ah. The barges were owned by the Mexicans, yeah. That's true, so... Maybe it's all three options and we're experiencing a paradox. Maybe. Oh! There was another answer that I missed. It was a carefully planned murder. The Mexicans killed the Chileans and sealed the train underneath the collapsed mines to hide their crime. So the Mexicans could have sealed them in, and they could have drowned them. Because the dam could have been destroyed to sabotage the mines. I have no idea. I don't know. Like, all four of these answers are very, very plausible. If they flooded the mines, which way would the water go? Yeah, they would go into the mine, right? I feel stupid right now. Yeah, if they destroy the dam, the water would go into the mines, and it would cover up the quarry. Because the map said there used to be a quarry and then a lake right behind it. Oh, you mean which way in Doncaster? Oh! You mean which way in Doncaster? Let me look at the map. It would have flowed into Doncaster? Down, yeah. I feel like my brain is just, like, overloaded with things right now. Oh, if the water's going into the mines, it can't rise to go into the quarry. Oh shit, that's a good point. So they would have had to... They aren't, so they were, yeah, raised into the quarry. It's raised almost like there's a train in it! Like that lifted up the water or something. Yeah, yeah, the train. The train is in the water. That's why the water's risen. The mines were blown up as a sabotage. It wasn't to conceal anything. I'm assuming. Oh god, my brain. There's too many trains. I don't want... trains. Too many trains. So yeah, they ran the train off into the water that was in the quarry, and it made the quarry water rise. Yeah, just give me the answer, Phoenix. My brain hurts. We found Bramble Pippington's weakness, everybody. It's fucking trains. Trains, as far as the eye can see. Okay, so I was right the first time. The Mexicans did drown the Chileans. Okay. I thought that was like, that made the most sense to me. Was that it had to have been the Mexicans drowning the Chileans. And yeah, that he was an assassin. By God, to displace that much water, they must have drowned your mother, Watson. Okay, alright, so we gotta figure out how we're gonna do this. We just go straight for blind justice, or do we do the, political game? The QT's in the game, FY. Oh, goody. Fuck it! We're going blind justice. Fuck it. I'm not giving Mycroft the opportunity. I ain't doing it. I ain't giving Mycroft the chance to swoop in and take credit for Bramble Pippington's hard work!
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble. But it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. Our other option is the local constabulary, and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. All the same, I think that I prefer the forces methods. It would be better to resolve the case quickly and efficiently, without any talk of politics.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
No, I did not say that we had finished here yet.
First, we gotta go beat up an assassin.
What did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company directors were drowned in the flooded quarry, along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dive into the lake.
You may rest assured that I have a far better idea. We have only to use our corrupt Doncaster station master as bait. He will unwittingly trap our Mexican friend.
Of course, you already had a plan. I shall follow you, Holmes.
Damn right you will, Watson! Follow Bramble Pippington!
Well, the case is solved, and we shall be heading home. And may we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Right away, but... Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking, can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through, then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
He looks so fucking terrified.
Gentlemen, you are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
Oh dear. Achievement unlocked Child's Play and Sharpshooter. Yay!
Good shot, Watson. I always knew you were a talented marksman.
I didn't want another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my God! I thought I was a dead man.
You probably
You
still
shouldn't be
are,
so
dude,
glad
I'm gonna be
about it.
honest.
You'll be up before the judge.
Your testimony will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, Would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
Watson, Bramble Pippington gets the impression that you do not trust him. Okay. It was carefully planned murder. The Mexicans killed the Chileans and sank the train to hide their crime. The dam breach was played to their advantage. They used their own barges to keep the train on the run for a few seconds and then sank it in the flooded quarry. The railway tracks were removed to hide the crime. The Mexicans' inhumanity toward the Chileans cost many lives. The decision was made to act quickly. Lestrade will be informed. We're gonna go on with that decision. A lot of people made the other moral choice, apparently. Interesting. Achievement unlocked off the rails. Alright, that's another one done. Let's hop into the next one. Hey, Minty, thank you very much for converting your Prime sub into a Tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciate it. Well, with a name like Bloodbath, it's bound to be good.
Holmes, what happened?
Watson,
I
I am so fucking high.
deathly.
And you look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits.
Maybe he has. Maybe he has, Watson, and you should not judge him for such a thing.
The pupil is dilated. The temperature appears to be normal. I need to concentrate.
Oh no.
To count the heartbeats.
No, not this. Oh god. Alright, good stopwatch. Oh,
I need to concentrate and count. Okay,
I
the
gotta count them.
heartbeats.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
A weak pulse, around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote.
Bramble Pippington does not die.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Alright, then he won't tell you.
Sherlock and Natura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Listen,
Mr.
we're in
Holmes is
some
unable to
weird
see
shit
anyone
right now,
at the moment.
dude.
He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to find you here. I need your help. This is a strange one. We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but what?
Bramble Pippington does not judge.
And they were tied together.
Bramble
You are
Pippington does
lacking
not
in
judge.
imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic. Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another
Spoken
one.
with
that's a
your
bit more
fucking
complex
privilege,
and maybe
Sherlock.
to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
I think Sherlock just really wants to get to the Roman baths. It's like, Roman baths, you say? Well then, off we go! Watson! Quite good of you to get that antidote for me. Bramble Pippington thanks you from the bottom of his heart. Hope you understand. And to test out that antidote, make sure it works properly. Now that we know that it does, we have advanced the efforts of science ever further. Bramble Pippington was expecting more naked men in this bath.
With a dreadful murder. The body of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes. I shall be waiting for you here, but please hurry.
Don't rush me. Do you have any suspects?
Are you able to identify the men who were with the victim in the steam room?
Yes. The manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, a lad from the City Council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think the plump one, Garrow, did it. He doesn't seem right in the head.
Well, we shall see. You found no murder weapon?
No, and that's why I called you. All three witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see.
And were there any witnesses, good sir?
Was there anyone else here, apart from those gentlemen in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He'll be able to give you more details.
Oh, then, Mr. Phillips, give me more details at once.
Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
Well, first we shall stare at you for an uncomfortable amount of time, as is the Bramble Pippington way. Light wrinkles around the eyes. Starched collar, which indicates he's fastidious. A scissor cut, he grooms himself and lives alone. His buttons are shiny, he takes care of them. Manchester City badge. He's carrying a telegram that was sent today.
Please tell us the chain of events from the start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
I came in at 6:30 this morning, and I opened the baths. I made sure that the room was clean, and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There was a fire burning all night.
Yes, Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully heated. The gentlemen had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. I wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock.
What was
Then
the constable
Inspector
wearing?
Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
I see. And what were the colors of the tiles in the steam room? This is of utmost importance. Come on now, sir. Tell me.
Did you receive any other visitors this
No,
morning?
Holmes, we're asking about the tiles.
Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived, and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
No, the tiles, Holmes, the
Until they'd all entered
tiles!
the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
You would have heard if someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
Okay, that's great and all, but what about the tiles? We must know about the tiles, everyone.
The steam room's on the other side, Mr. Holmes. The steam room's on the other side, Mr. Holmes.
That is the exit.
expensive clothes belonging to one of the men from the steam room.
The tiles are extremely important, Sailor Centauri. We must know about the tiles. Champagne bottle.
Champagne for a special occasion. An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled. Unopened, it was intended to be enjoyed after the steam session.
They had some sort of business dealing going on, it would seem.
These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the steam room. Clothes belonging to one of the suspects.
Good Lord, Holmes.
Ah, death with a peculiarly Roman piquancy.
Like the one you almost had an hour ago.
Let us forget about that.
I think Watson would love to. Now, Sherlock, I will not judge your wandering eye. Let's make it very clear. I shall not judge your wandering eye. After all, Bramble Pippington understands. However, Bramble Pippington will remind you that we must maintain an air of professionalism while we are here. So ogle these fine gentlemen in a professional manner. Thank you.
I should check this blood sample at Baker Street. This key was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it.
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
Already did that. Oh yeah. There's been a lot of graphics glitches in this game. It's happened quite a bit, Akame.
Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample. Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session.
Anything else? Sherlock, cast your eye very carefully over this entire body.
Well, death is
Here
very
we are.
recent, between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
And because you cast your careful eye over this naked body, we're able to find more clues.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large. I think we have found all that we can here, taking into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
We don't have many leads here.
What concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Mr. Holmes?
Please have the body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry. Or he is an artist. Or a ghost. Or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
Probably the latter. You are ridiculous. Do you know that?
Oh, Watson. Call me that again and I'll slit your fucking throat. Anyway. Bramble Pippington shall now begin questioning people. It would seem that this one has some blood on his towel.
It's horrible. So Rodney is dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
Bramble Pippington wishes to speak to you here and now.
The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme. I will need something to pick up this melted metal. It is too hot.
Appear to be some glasses here as well.
One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier. These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted.
I'm in shock. I don't want to talk.
No one asked you what you wanted, my good sir.
It's horrible. I can't talk at the moment.
Alright now, men, come on now. Ramble Pippington's not normally one to buy into this whole toxic masculinity thing, but good lord.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
My god, it's like playing a horror game, legit. I love how all these other guys are just like watching this guy run around with the steam on, like, what is he doing? Something else that we need to examine on here.
G. Newell and Sons, steam specialists, Seattle, WA.
That would be Seattle, Washington. I think there's something else that we're looking for here.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
We need to find the weapon. That's the big thing we need to be finding right now. Which is probably in one of the steam vents, if I had to guess. Let's see where... I'm looking for something, I'm just not quite sure what it is. Sherlock just running around like sniffing at the floor trying to figure out where the murder weapon is, and everybody around him is like, what the fuck is happening? Maybe it's not in one of the steam vents after all. Maybe I need to dig that thing out of the brazier. Which I might be able to do that with the champagne bucket. Alright then, all of you stay here. Oh, I've done everything I need to do with the steam switch apparently. Okay. And everything I need to do with the champagne bottle. Those have been examined.
Mr. Holmes, I should like to take the suspects to the yard. You can interrogate them there. Any objections?
Wait just one second.
Please wait, I need to do something first.
Yeah, wait just one second. I feel like I feel like I need to find the weapon now. Yeah, steam room keys.
How many people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you opened the steam room, and then?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared. I don't know where it is.
Did you leave the baths at any time, or receive any visitors?
No, sir, I did not.
Then where did you get that morning telegram from?
You are not telling the truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
The telegram was for someone in Manchester.
Mr.
Welcome back,
Holmes,
Phoenix.
it's I'll tell you everything. I left the baths at 7:20. My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Did you check to see if the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see.
Why don't you tell me who brought champagne? And more importantly, why didn't Bramble Pippington get a glass?
There is a bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
Mr. Phillips, why wouldn't that be oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, so he did leave for a minute. Well, like, can I check that champagne bottle now? Because I'm thinking that's where our murder weapon is.
Unopened.
Or maybe not. Where would they have put the weapon? It's got to be somewhere in the steam room. I've got that piece of melted metal thing that I need to dig out. Bramble Pippington can definitely fix that unopened problem. There doesn't seem to be anything else I can interact with, at least for now. Maybe there's something else I need to talk about. I did get the sample of blood, yes. I'm gonna have to perform an analysis on both of those. Vegetarian. Oh well, this is interesting.
This area serves as Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's.
Alright, let's step in here and see what we can find. Some archaeological tools.
Tools used by archaeologists in their
Oh
research.
dear God, are we gonna have to go into another Mayan temple and solve puzzles? I don't know if I'm ready for that, guys.
I'll need these tongs.
Oh, perfect. Just what I need. Let's inspect everything else real quick while we're here. Kind of a document. This metal plate, besides its archaeological interest, appears to be a part of something larger. At the present moment, I'm unable to determine exactly what that might be. Looks like either a crown or a bridge, depending on which way you rotate it.
A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
I guess we're gonna take it!
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
Gonna take it with us. This belongs in a museum! Dear friend, I wish to organize a press conference at the Strand Lane Baths next month. 1893 was a remarkable year for my work in Egypt, but now it is time to set my focus upon English archaeology.
to shine the light on our national treasures and reveal them to the public. I would like to see as many journalists as possible in attendance to record this event, and record it favourably if we treat them well enough. I should like to recall my old friendship with Lord Blackmore, and use the special funds of the Royal Archaeological Institute for this event. Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. There are few among us who could claim any degree of unfamiliarity with the name of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. He is a gentleman who possesses the wealth and notoriety and vigour to well match the finest of his ilk abound in England. His intellect is equal to his charms, as has oft been declared by the young ladies of the European aristocracy. He holds powerful connections within the Lord's Chamber and carries an influence inside the political world. There are those who would call him unforgiving, authoritarian. We should rather say that Sir Rodney is determined and ambitious. His presence at any archaeological site can only mean success for all concerned. Wow, good lord. Good lord, reporter, you got something all over your nose. Miraculous reopening for the Strand Lane Roman Baths excavation research. The research efforts were about to be halted when a saviour arrived in the form of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Sir Rodney has taken over immediate control of the excavation, claiming that the site holds the key to a great mystery. We pledge to update our readers with all the exciting news as it develops. Well, there's some exciting news. Kind of. It's just not the good kind of exciting.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them. A glass plate negative is missing.
That's interesting. Oh, anything else here that we can find, apparently.
It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue. Glass plate negatives, a remarkable method for recording ancient civilizations.
Alright, well now that we've got these tongs, we can use those to pick up that melted metal. Is there anything else over here that we can look at? Seems to be his excavation sites. Bramble Pippington wishes to inform you all that he did not do it.
I wonder how this could have happened.
Yes, it is somewhat treacherous. Fortunately, I am unscathed. To where does this corridor lead?
To the frigidarium, the coal room.
Barely unscathed and by a very small margin. And treacherous is an understatement.
Watson, please, do not be so dramatic with the poor lad. It was not his fault.
Those stones weigh tons. We won't move them.
It does not matter. If our investigation requires it, we shall ask for them to be removed.
Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna go get that piece of metal now.
I should analyze this melted metal.
Is there anything else I can... Apparently not. You sure don't want to talk to me?
I touched his shoulder, thinking that he was just asleep.
Oh yeah, I've already examined the glasses. Oh, we're good on that front. Triggered the steam. Yep. Yep, did the steam and all that jazz. Don't think there's anything else to examine right now. I think I'll just have to get back home and analyze things.
Mr. Holmes, I should.
Actually, I have a few questions for you,
Please
Mr.
wait,
Inspector
I need to do
Lestrade.
something first.
Or am I allowed to? I don't think I'm allowed to do that. Okay, well, I guess these guys are on their way to Scotland Yard then.
These
There's anything
baths are
worth it.
becoming sinister.
You got that right, buddy.
Mr. Holmes?
Apparently they have some rule about interrogation in undies. I know, right? Weird.
Mr.
I
Holmes,
find that whenever
I
a
should
man
like
is
to
in
take
his
the
underwear,
suspects to the
that's the
yard.
perfect time to
You can
investigate him.
interrogate them there.
After
Any
all, a man in
objection?
his underwear has very few secrets.
None, Lestrade.
Now, before we go to Scotland Yard, we're going to go back to Baker Street and examine all of these items. Bramble Pippington shall give all of these items a right good analysis, yes indeed. I don't think we really have any clues to deduce just yet. Sir Rodney's arrival saved the archaeological research at the baths, and there was a bottle of champagne and an ice bucket found in the changing rooms, but we don't yet know who brought it. Yeah, nothing just yet. Yes, you just hang out there and read your book, Watson. I'll do all the work, as usual.
Pyrite, otherwise known as fool's gold. Selenite. White clay particles. Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to.
Right, so where in London would we find white clay? Right
The
here,
sample of
apparently.
dirt belongs to the White London clay region, located near the city of St. Albans. Let us analyze this blood sample. This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange. Let us see what is inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface. I must take a pipette and place...
Yeah. Peroxide.
Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water.
So his blood got really wet after he spilled it.
This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes color to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver.
And meanwhile, while we're doing all of that, Watson's in the back just like, by the way, Holmes, have you seen my lucky silver dollar? And Holmes is just calmly putting acid on it like, nope, have no idea what you're talking about.
The reaction is the same red stain. It is silver, Britannia silver quality. My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
Okay. We also need to check the archives. Oh, let's also check the letters. Just for funsies. Sherlock, dear brother, you have made the most terrible mistake once again.
Are you quite aware that the Empire is at the brink of international conflict? How could you pass this incredibly sensitive case to these feather-brained Scotland Yard bobbies? Very well, yes, they caught the criminals, but have you not read the newspapers? Great fuss that has risen around it. They are generalizing all Mexicans. And as you may know, the Empire has arrangements with a great many varied and local Mexican enterprises. You should think about that. Yours, Mycroft. Wait, I'm confused. Is the croft yours or is it mine? Phillips is from Manchester. He takes care of both himself and the establishment where he works, and he is seen as a good employee. He went out this morning to send a telegram, probably to his hometown. Oh yay, we're keeping the train whistle. I'm actually pretty happy about that. Suspects are at Scotland Yard. And the belongings of the victim are at Scotland Yard. I guess that's probably what we're... Okay. Oh, the archives. Archives. Check the archives before we do anything else. So 1893 was a remarkable year. The great excavation in Assuan has taken over 3 years. Sir Rodney Bencliffe directed the archaeological work. A mummy was found with an inoculated eye and posed in an unusual position. The right hand was tensed as if reaching out for something or to someone. The mummy was buried upright. She has been named the Desperate Mummy due to her very peculiar characteristics. Nearby could be read in Latin, "By the eye he was punished, for he saw what he was not worthy." The mummy is believed to be Roman rather than Egyptian, as some symbols found in the tomb are in common with the Mithraic mysteries. Oh, so his position and also the state of his eye is similar to how they found the mummy.
Here it is.
Oh my god, guys, it's a mummy's curse!
He was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
Well, let's head to Scotland Yard. Alright then. I think I might have this figured out, but I need to check something. Let's just look at Pitkin's belongings.
An embroidered silk handkerchief. A fountain pen with solid gold trim. Sir Gregory Pitkin's visiting card.
Pretty standard stuff on Pitkin. Oh, a drug vial! Don't mind if I do.
With herbs. Do you know what it is, my dear fellow?
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes. It's commonly used as a drug against melancholia. However, an overdosage might lead to a rash or even hallucinations.
When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead, he wiped the blood upon himself.
Sounds like the worst nursery rhyme ever. Okay. From Pitkin to Mr. Blinkhorn. Dear sir, the interests that I represent require the situation at the baths to be changed for the better. At the present time, the frigidarium excavation remains under your direction, and yet the works have not progressed. You have failed to find anything of value, and we are unable to make the frigidarium accessible to the public. The frigidarium is a valuable asset in the recreation of the Roman bath experience. I urge you to complete your work within the next 2 months. You have this remaining time to conclude your archaeological research and to find yourself another workplace. Jesus Christ. Like, holy shit.
An ordinary pencil.
Get Bentcliffe's stuff and see what we can
This
find.
ring was most likely the one that Sir Rodney wore. He removed it before entering the steam room.
The ring's mended.
I see the join. This ring was repaired, and quite badly too, with silver. An Egyptian symbol. It is a very old jewel.
Why on earth would they wear such a ring?
A very pertinent question. An old and rather dirty coin. A hand-drawn map.
Now let's look at the notebook and see what we can find.
Rodney Bentcliffe's notebook. It may contain something of interest. The last pages were torn out. We must find a way of retrieving Sir Rodney's last lines. Watson, please prevent anyone from entering the room. But first, fetch me a pencil.
Oh, we're gonna do the
with,
etching
a
trick.
few strokes of the pencil will be enough. I don't want to damage the traces.
Today I almost found something will go down in history. This is very hard. Well, it's not that it's hard, it's just uncomfortable.
And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a handkerchief. I'm sure that Watson won't mind if I use his.
I'm sure he doesn't mind one little bit. Today I almost found it. This date will go down in history.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner had... But what are you doing? Tampering with the evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This date will go down in history. Sir Rodney was about to make an outstanding discovery.
Wonderful.
I could retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
Bramble Pippington thinks you're about to get a Bramble bitch slap.
Well...
Don't make Bramble Pippington give you a Bramble bitch slap. The right eyeball has been burst, pierced to the hilt by a curved-bladed knife. The blade cut through the orbit of the frontal bone, ripping a part of the frontal lobe and the corpus callosum, after which, completing its trajectory into the cerebellum, caused hemorrhagic lesions. All of these injuries led directly to the death of the individual. At the upper lobe of the right lung, there is an old injury filled with an amount of mucus and ciliated debris that may correspond to a chronic infection by elements likely inhaled in a burial chamber. A decaying mummy, for example, or a dried and decomposing food product intended to accompany the deceased in their grave. The remainder of the body does not appear to have been damaged, so somebody took a knife and popped their eyeball. That's probably why I wonder if that's why the blood's so watery. Then to the morgue and investigate the body.
According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of fungus, possibly contracted from the Egyptian tombs. The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was an occasional drinker and 63 years of age. An unusual wound, inflicted by a curved knife, which resulted in instant death, as the coroner's report says.
blood around the victim was highly diluted with water. The presence of the water could be due to the humid atmosphere caused by the steam, or the presence of water in the blood is an unexplained clue and it may be somehow linked to the murder process. Well, someone had a good night before their murder.
The bruising is in lines. Some light bruising caused by a rope. They were caused by a rope around the waist. Sir Rodney was descending somewhere.
Ew, old dead man butt crack. Alright. Right then. Still need to find that missing weapon. That's gonna bother me. All right. I'm
locked.
All right. Quickly now, back to the bathhouse. I believe that I have figured out how this murder happened. Right then, so our fellas were gathered up here in the steam room, enjoying their little chat with each other. But little did they know that among them was a murderer. Dun dun dun. Now, the murderer, you would think, was one of the four gentlemen conversing with each other. But in fact, that was not the case. The murderer slipped into the bathhouse while the young man was away. The murderer tucked himself here.
The grid cannot be removed. The weapon
murderer
is nowhere to be found.
Murderer tucked himself into here and watched as the gentlemen conversed with one another. And then, at a very strategic moment, the murderer stepped over here and he activated the steam. In the moment
steam
whenever
on,
this...
I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
Shut up, Holmes, I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a thing here. While the steam was activated, and while everyone was quite disoriented and confused, the murderer quickly slipped back out the door and ran to the bottle of champagne. Within the bottle of champagne was a very, very sharp knife made entirely out of ice. The murderer then ran back in, pinned our poor victim into position, and stabbed into his eyeball with the ice knife. Then he tossed the knife onto the brazier, and the silver pot that served as the handle of the knife, which was made out of coins, then melted into an unintelligible hunk, and the blade pot, which was the ice, melted away. Now, who was the murderer, you all ask? Well, it's quite simple who the murderer was, my friends. The murderer was, in fact... Pause for dramatic effect. The Mummy! The Mummy! Who had taken on that form that this gentleman found her in, was in that pose, and was ridiculed for it. So the Mummy prayed to the Egyptian gods, and also to the Roman gods. It was kind of weird. We're still not quite sure which type of a mummy it was. and the mummy was granted a chance to come back to life in a brief moment as a spectral assassin. And that is how it was done. The mummy prayed to the gods of Sub-Zero, yes. There we go. That's the answer. You are very lucky today, Mr. Policeman. You've got to witness the great Bramble Pippington in action. Now, what we must discover is which of our three fellows was in collusion with our mummy. That is the question. Now then, let us return to Scotland Yard, and we shall carefully interrogate these men. We shall find out which of them prayed to the spirit of the mummy and imbued it with these Sub-Zero powers. My favorite part about all of this is I literally come up with the most ridiculous thing I can think of, and then it's fun to watch people who have actually played this game go, okay, like, you're not right on the money, but you're actually close to what actually happened.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
That's
Good
like my
day to
favorite
you,
part
sir.
about this.
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. My name is Percival Blinkhorn.
Mr. Percival Blinkhorn, as a gentleman named Bramble Pippington, I must inform you that I quite enjoy your name. I appreciate it greatly. Now, please allow me to stare at you for a very uncomfortable amount of time. It's sort of my thing. He's very attentive. He's not wealthy. He has a fresh dirt stain, which indicates he's done some recent earthwork. And his hands are calloused.
What is your occupation?
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several excavation sites at present, including the baths at Strand Lane.
Can you tell me more about the baths?
Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from the site, and to list any items of value before their eventual restoration and exhibition.
And has it been successful?
It has, thanks to Sir Rodney.
Well, a lot of that success is about to go out the window, isn't it? Oh! But no, seriously, you might want to start looking into more career opportunities because, oh boy, my friend, this is not going to be a good time for you.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney?
Well, I couldn't say that he was a kind man, no, but he was talented. I felt a great admiration for him, I must say.
A great
Was
admiration,
it your first
eh?
collaboration?
I had met Sir Rodney briefly once in Egypt, and I'd shared my researches with him. Surprisingly, my work did convince him to come here. He arrived only a couple of months ago.
Surprisingly?
Well, Sir Rodney was a cold man, and so very secretive too. But I learned so much from him. I can't believe that he's dead.
Well, believe it. He is very much dead. I just went down and looked at his dead butt crack. He is most certainly dead.
Can you tell me what you saw today?
Well, we entered the steam room and we all went to sit down. The steam was particularly dense, and I didn't see anything much further after that. I just heard Mr. Garrow shouting, but we all ran for the door and bumped into each other. I was very alarmed by this point.
What did you do?
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was quite frightening. I was barely able to see my own feet. Garrow was covered in blood.
Do you believe that Garrow killed Sir Rodney?
Oh, no. Garrow couldn't harm a fly.
But what if he could harm a fly? See, they always say that shit like, oh, he can never harm a fly. And I just always want there to be, like, this, like, comedy murder mystery where someone says they couldn't hurt a fly, and the detective says, "Ah, I see," and then walks out of the room and watches the person in question like hit a fly with a newspaper, and there's like dramatic music, and the detective goes, "Well, well, well."
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now as being a little strange?
Well, yesterday we had a small argument.
Is that all?
No. Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend the London Archaeological Congress with me. Then he advised me of quite the opposite. And rather aggressively, too.
So, you were disinvited? That sucks.
Do you recognize this ring?
Certainly. It's the famous Aswan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his last campaign in Egypt.
And he kept it for himself?
Sir Rodney has had his own particular ideas of archaeology.
Ah, the Finders Keepers School! Bramble Pippington knows that school quite well!
What can you tell me about Garrow?
Well, he always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely lately. He complains about voices and visions.
Probably because of the medicine that he's on.
How well were your researchers progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Not very well, apparently.
Not well.
Bullshit! 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 I saw that letter, man. I know what's up.
This reveals that Sir Gregory was prepared to put a stop to your work.
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed down. He allowed us to work. I'm not sure what they agreed on.
What will happen now that Sir Rodney is dead?
Well, I haven't.
We're all fucked.
But if it's needed, I will fight to defend Sir Rodney's expectations.
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
No. Silver, you say? No, I don't know how it got there.
You are such a fucking liar, dude! Jesus Christ!
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
No, I did not.
Everybody here is a fucking liar, and I'm just gonna bitch slap all of them until somebody tells me something. Alright, so, Percival Blinkhorn. Percival Blinkhorn is a true archaeologist who lives and breathes his work. He has remained in his profession for 15 or 20 years and still seems to enjoy— Okay, 15 or 20! That's a pretty big difference, game, so, like, could you make a decision on that one?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder that took place this morning. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
You'll stay as long as I decide that you need to stay here. Now, if you get lippy with me again, you're going to get a bramble bitch slap. Disdain. Oh, wow, he's not happy to be here? Sure, I'm glad you were here to point that out, Sherlock. Signet ring. He has aristocratic roots. There's a gold chain and a cashmere waistcoat. He is a man of wealth. He has an arrogant look about him. Must be a politician.
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes. I'm passionate about archaeology. I wanted to restore the ruins. My ambition is to open the baths to the public. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you wish to begin using the baths?
When the archaeological researches are over, I will be free to complete the restoration. It is the usual process.
Tell me about Sir Rodney.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
We were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temperament. Suspicious. Authoritarian. Unkind. People possessed by genius may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Was he obstructive?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success. He helped us increase the potential of the building.
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. Then, of course, that awful murder.
What did you see?
The steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow. He saw the body first.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had professional interests elsewhere that he did not wish us to know about.
Why should you think that? Where?
I have no idea. But after all, it was not my business.
Right, so the steam work was being tested. They wanted to make sure that it was working properly. Interesting.
How was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
You sent a letter to Pitkin about that, didn't you?
Sir Gregory, could you please explain this letter? You expressed the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
Please explain this
It's all
horribly
about
glitching
Lincoln.
letter.
He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
But the arrival of Sir Rodney changed your mind?
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for the bath's publicity. So yes, I changed my mind.
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No, but I never liked that parasite.
Do you believe him to be capable of murder?
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a murderer?
I mean, I guess depending on who you ask, maybe?
Some melted silver was found inside the steam room brazier. Do you know where it came from?
Silver? No.
Did you bring a bottle of champagne to the baths?
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney did, I think.
Not getting much out of him. Talk with Mr.
Please
Garrow, see what we can
escort
get out
this
of him.
Suspect for interrogation. A good day to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
He looks like he's about to shit himself.
I am Tristram Garrow.
He actually looks like he's about to shit himself. So. Badly shaven. Perspiration. Condensation, evaporation. Dirty clothes. Protective amulet. To be superstitious. Here we go. We got eye bags. Achievement unlocked. Keen observer. What is your profession, sir?
I am a counsellor at the district chamber.
And what were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researches. I am interested in archaeology.
You follow them?
Yes. So many things happened and we need to know. Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
I meant nothing by that. I apologise.
Yeah, he is showing common signs of mental illness, so... Well then.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
It was like working with a genius. He was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you. And he trusted me, but oh.
Are you feeling unwell?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is I remember. Oh, I feel so sorry.
Do you need anything?
I feel bad. I hear. No, nothing. I'm better now.
I think I might be getting a better idea of what happened.
Please try to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not feeling so very well in there.
But you found the body.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the blood. I tried to escape. I don't remember.
You saw the knife? What did it look like?
Everything was as if in a nightmare. It all happened so fast. The knife was was shining like gold.
Or like silver!
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behaviour?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. Last Thursday, for example, I saw him leave. When he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins, Roman coins, and he started to laugh. His ring! Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it. I shouldn't have worked on it in the workshop. It's too late now. This is the coin that he showed me. It is from the 3rd century.
It must be very rare.
No, I don't know.
And why don't you tell me about that drug that you're on, buddy?
Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
I mean it. We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
It didn't help. The power is too strong.
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
Garrow appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor.
Alright, let's kind of piece together what we've got so far. So Garrow's under strange medication for melancholia. Garrow's glasses were broken by the heat. Stolen notes. I don't think this has anything to do with any of these, but we're gonna try them just to be sure. Nope, okay. Alright, so according to Sir Rodney's notes, he was about to make a remarkable discovery. But he was also working alone and lying to everybody. So why would Sir Rodney be hiding anything, and could his discovery be the motive for the crime? Find out where Sir Rodney was several days before his murder and uncover his precious secret. Oh goody, we're going on an expedition, yay! Alright, let's look at the clues some more. Atom of silver has been recently melted in the brazier. So, possible... Oh, god damn it. Wrong button. Possible silver weapon. Bottle of champagne and an ice bucket was found inside the changing room. Everyone claims that they didn't bring it. Strange wound. Nope. So Blinkhorn's work was saved by the arrival of Sir Rodney, but at a high cost to his morale, or Blinkhorn's work was saved by the arrival of Sir Rodney, and he was thankful for the possibility of their working together and the chance of learning from him.
I'm not sure that I can be helpful at the moment.
I'm not sure any of you guys
Do you
are
have
helpful.
something else to ask me?
I'm trying to rest.
Fuck all of y'all. I'm gonna bitch slap the whole lot of you. Anyway, Tristram Garrow is in his early 30s. He suffers from severe myopia. He seems very disturbed, which is possibly due to the shock of the murder, but not from that alone, as he is unshaven and clad in old, dirty clothes. Gregory Pitkin is the model of an upper-class citizen. He is rich, in a well-respected position, and he considers this his birthright. Whatever he may have done, he certainly does not believe that he should be in prison for it. So we'll have to search the map to kind of link up where that hand-drawn map goes to. So, back to Baker Street, everyone! Bramble Pippington shall then cross-reference this map, and then in doing so, we shall find the archaeological discovery that what's-his-name was so excited about.
Now we have 2 maps. We must combine them properly.
And combine them properly we shall! Perhaps. Nope. Here we go. Found it. Right here.
Watson, pack your bag. We are visiting a location in St. Albans marked on Sir Rodney's map.
Alright then, Watson, let us go on an adventure. She'll be quite rousing and fun for us, I believe. Bramble Pippington quite likes a good adventure every now and then, don't you? Archaeological field. Site is closed until further
This
notice.
archaeological site has been abandoned. Why did Bentcliffe come here?
Let us go and find out! After all, every time that a sign says keep out, it's really just a subtle invitation for you to go in. Ugh. Ugh, that made me feel creepy saying that. Ugh, even as a joke that made me feel weird. Ugh.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
Alright, followers of Mithras were covert, worshipping more conventional deities such as Juno or Neptune in their everyday lives. Mithras temples were usually found below the temples of other gods. Mithras followers often refer to their traditional deities to gain passage to the Mithraeum. The example of the Mithraeum of Dio in France is interesting, as the entrance was located beneath a carved statue of Diana. This entrance was possibly revealed by a clever stone and rope mechanism, which may never have been discovered if the water infiltration had not destroyed the mechanism, opening the way down to the Mithraeum. Mithraic temples can be found in Rome, Ostia, Numidia, Dalmatia, Britain, and along the Rhine-Danube frontier, while being somewhat less common in Greece, Egypt, and Syria. A bunch of metal cubes. I wonder what they're for. Another document. The cult of Mithras was a mysterious religion practiced within the Roman Empire from around the 1st to the 4th century AD. The name of the Persian god Mithra, adapted by the Greek as Mithras, was linked with a new and distinctive imagery. Worshippers of Mithras had a complex system of 7 grades of initiation with ritualistic meals. Oh my god, it's the Freemasons, guys! It's the Freemasons. Initiates would meet in the underground temple called Mithraea that were retained in large numbers. The iconic scenes of Mithras show him as being born from a rock and slaughtering a bull. Cool! Cool. Need to find out what these pieces were. What they were for. In the meantime, let's take these reports. The knife used by Mithras for the Taraktoni, the sacrifice of the bull, is originally a curved sacrificial blade of Persian origin. Its curve can be from 5 to 15 degrees. The name is derived from the Persian shamshir, which means sword. This radically curved sword family includes the shamshir, scimitar, talwar, kilij, bulwar, and Mongol saber. A myth of the golden knife is the key to the Mithraic mysteries that some describe as an equivalent to the Holy Grail. The golden knife carries a curse that will spill the blood of the unworthy who would dare to touch it. There was a discussion about unworthiness causing the mummy to lose its eye. And the empty coconuts that they used to imitate the sound of horses' hooves. Another strange ritual for the old gods to keep the evil spirits away. Oh my god.
You're using coconuts! It's not a matter of grip, it's a simple matter of weight ratio. A 5-ounce bird cannot carry a 1-pound coconut. This is a temperate zone. Coconuts are found in tropical climates. Right. The people, feeling that the dark eye was upon them, would melt their valuables in the fire. Sub-Saharan tribes burnt fruits, and the rich Roman families spared no expense, melting silver or tin. It is not recorded if such valuable offerings were thrown away with the ashes, or if they were reused at a later date. Alright, Watson. Let's go down into this incredibly dangerous archaeological site. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, no, this sounds great. This sounds awesome. This will be fine. It'll be great. Don't worry about it, everybody. Don't worry about it. A fresco.
Vulcan, the god of fire and metalworking. The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature helping Vulcan at the forge.
In my defense, the game was the one that brought up Monty Python, okay? It's all the game's fault. Bramble Pippington takes absolutely no, absolutely no blame for this. It was entirely the game's fault. Ah, these are the ropes he was probably lowered down with.
I don't need the ropes for now. Excavating tools, a bucket, shovel, and brush. I don't need the ropes for now.
I think we're going to need the ropes soon. Over here? Nope. Okay. This way, I reckon. Oh, look, Watson! So many lovely sculptures.
It is a statue of Minerva. Neptune, the god of the sea.
With a very carefully placed, tree branch. Very nice. Well done, game. Well done. The reason why we're here is Bramble Pippington is certain that he shall find this mummy assassin. I believe that they may have a base somewhere around here. Dear Lord Blackmore, the manager of the baths, Sir Gregory Pitkin, was quite a nuisance at the start when I arrived. After you stepped in, he became rather more helpful. Occasionally, people of his rank are not well suited to a work of such great magnitude. They lack the necessary vision. In a few weeks' time, I hope to bring good news of the Strand Lane baths. I'm on the verge of discovering a major archaeological artifact, one that might be used politically by your party to demonstrate the strength of our ancestors and fulfill the need to protect our empire from any present and future oh my god, it's MAGA! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, the mummy didn't kill him for revenge, the mummy killed him because he's a fucking Nazi. Oh my god. I don't know, Phoenix. It's like it's like Bramble Pippington makes me smarter somehow. I don't know how to explain it. Calvin, Hobbs, and you consider yourselves as being so smart and funny. I had a good laugh when you froze Miss Durkin's notes about the Ark of Hadrian in the ice. However, our thesis exams are just ahead, And as you are the so-called brain of your improbable duo, I have to warn you that my gastrophetus model, the ancient Greek crossbow, and not the medical device to relieve constipated people, as you might have thought, is not to be touched, or else I have to inform Mr. Wormwood about everything you've done these past 2 years. P.S. I ate Hobbs's tuna sandwich. Oh my god. What a professional group around here. What a professional group.
This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
No, it is obviously an ancient Greek dildo.
The gastrophetes were used with ropes and hooks for sieges.
I believe we're missing
This
something.
is a
Yep. Alright, well, something we're going to need for that. In the meantime, let us continue our search for this devious assassin.
This railway is used to remove rubble from the site.
Let's real quick, do a quick walk around here, make sure that we've got everything from this area. And even if we do, a little bit of a brisk walk is good for your cardio. Bramble Pippington is a man who appreciates his cardio. Also, Bramble Pippington's pretty sure that we're not supposed to be— Watson! Watson, come here, you little coward, come on! It's fun to be around here, whenever we're not supposed to be. It's so much fun to explore places where you're not supposed to go. Come on now, Watson, be a sport. Come and join Bramble Pippington on an adventure.
This wall was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden here?
Let's find out. Yeah, don't be a pussy, Watson.
I can see now. Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman Baths in London. Someone took the time to hide the fresco, but what for? I need to visit this place.
Obviously, he means... Well, obviously, good Sir Holmes. It's because he means to patent his idea to form ice into very sharp, very well-curved knives. Obviously, that's what's going on here. He's keeping us away from it so that we don't get there before the patent goes through. Because once the patent goes through, he'll be extremely rich.
It is a broken statue of a bull.
You're a broken statue of a bull. No, it didn't make any sense, but it doesn't have to. I'm Bramble Pippington, so there.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city. The gastrophetes were...
I believe we're going to need those gastrophetes. And I know exactly what we need with it. Because we will need ropes. And I know exactly where to get some. Now let's go get some ropes. Watson, come on, let's go. Come on now, Watson, don't be such a little baby.
I don't need the ropes for now.
Yes, you do. What are you talking about? You totally need the ropes. Oh.
Construction hooks.
Yeah, I might need these.
Construction hooks.
Alright, so we got hooks and ropes. I guess we gotta look at the schematics again, and then he'll be like, aha!
This is a reproduction. The gastrophet.
Oh, it's not used until later. Oh. Okay, so I'm just ahead of the game is all. Got it. What important discovery was Sir Rodney about to make? What we really need to get to that Frigidarium. Watson! It's time to move a whole bunch of shit. Bramble Pippington is content with eating whatever everyone else would like to eat, Kayla. Come on then, Watson! Back to the bats. We have a Frigidarium to find. Also, Watson, going to be completely honest with you, I quite enjoy saying the word Frigidarium. Oh, it gives me a right chuckle, yes it does. Kind of. Here we go. Pitkin feels rather uncomfortable postponing the public opening of the Roman baths because of Sir Rodney. He was angry because of this. Or Pitkin expects to receive much of value from Sir Rodney's research. The work will increase the baths' renown and popularity. Alright then, into the baths!
Mr. Holmes, we've cleared the corridor to the Frigidarium. You can visit it now.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Oh, look at Holmes learning how to say thank you. Right then, now that we can get to the Frigidarium, let's go and investigate. Quite lovely in here, not gonna lie.
Perhaps I could find some clues by activating the flagstones. A hidden sign.
Looks like some kind of weird key thing. There's no hidden symbol on this one. Another one-eyed thing. If the guy was made into a Cyclops, I feel like that probably has something to do with this, and so was the mummy. I have a feeling I'm starting to get a feel off of what happened here, but I don't want to say, yeah, it was definitely this person without some more evidence, so. But this fits an awful lot of the quote-unquote mummy's curse thing. And there would have been one person here who would have definitely believed in a mummy's curse. Might have believed the curse was working through. Why is there always a mummy's curse or some type of curse in one of these games? Because we had this in the last game too. Oh my god, Kayla, that sounds amazing.
A symbol.
Chinese food sounds awesome.
Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading. All I need is imagination.
It's all any of us need, is just imagination. Okay, well, I'm confused. The fuck is the whistle? I see now. Okay. There we go. Okay. I was like, what the fuck?
The signs are pointing to this bust.
Thank you for that hint, Phoenix. I was like, what the fuck? Right then, let us inspect this lovely bust, and quite a bust it is. See what's down here, shall we? It's busted. Ha!
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything points to the fact that it was the last place visited by Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. We are approaching the end of this mystery.
Jesus Christ, it's the one ring to rule them all. Oh God, we've shrunk! We've shrunk, Watson!
A broken glass plate. What is it doing here?
I bet that's our missing plate from the box. No, Phoenix, it's the one ring to rule them all.
Peculiar. An ice maker.
Why would Sir Rodney have brought such a device here?
Oh my God. Let's take the lamp at least. Oh dear.
A sack of crude salt.
Oh dear. I think I might have gotten a little bit closer on my guess than I expected.
Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume and wearing a Phrygian cap, killing the bull.
Killing the fuck out of that bull.
This fresco resembles either a ladder or a hierarchy.
I'd assume a hierarchy, based off of the fact that the top has the curved thing, so I guess when you get to the top, that's when you get to the bull sacrificing level. Initiation grades of the cult of... Okay, guys, seriously, this looks exactly like... Okay, so I knew someone who was, like, into the... Who was into the beach body thing. And I swear to God, that looks exactly like their little quote-unquote, like, your ladder. The ladder that you climb up. They swore up and down it wasn't a pyramid, but I swear to God, it looked exactly like a pyramid. And I was like, honey, this is a pyramid scheme. And she was like, no, 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 it's fine. I'm like, honey, no, it's really not. I wonder if she's still in that, actually, now that I think about it. Oh.
Mummified bodies. We're in some type of catacomb. Mummified bodies. We're in some... Mummified.
Alright, guys, good news. We found the tombs of Skyrim.
Mummified bodies.
This is a skeleton. Apparently, this is different from the others.
This shoe is not from the Roman era.
Oh,
shit. It is medieval at best. This man was a tomb raider who met with an unfortunate end.
Oh my God, Lara Croft, no!
How dreadful. Judging by the broken orbit, this poor fellow met a death similar to Sir Rodney's. By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
I suppose we're about to see something that we're not worthy of.
The pillar collapsed a long time ago.
And then that guy's just hanging out up there like, what's up? Okay. Still something else that we haven't found in the tunnels, so let's keep on looking around. That takes us back up to the Frigidarian, but we want to explore these tunnels some more. We had an ice maker down here for some reason. we go.
The fire casts a shadow upon the floor.
Oh, goody! So there would have been another one there, too. So let's light this one. Alright, so we need to light all these pillars. Light this one. That's the shield looking thing that we found. This thing. That's where the perforated plate would have gone. Alright, so let's look at the shadows.
It is very similar to the face of Mithras.
So we got the face.
This shadow
the
seems
arch,
to represent a bridge. It
the
resembles
bull,
a bull.
and the
That
trident.
is the symbol of Neptune, the god of the sea. The shadows show us the way to go. We will find Mithras after Neptune, the bull, and the bridge.
Okay, so Neptune, bull, bridge, Mithras. Means we need to find Neptune, bull, bridge, Mithras. Okay, so we gotta go back to that location. Neptune, bull, bridge, Mithras.
Oh, it's oh so exciting, isn't it, Watson?
Watson is just like, I have been finding God throughout this entire experience. Neptune, bull, bridge, Mithras. So first Neptune. And it's basically pointing the way.
Neptune, the god of the sea.
Neptune. And then the bull. And beyond the bridge, that's where we'll find Mithras.
We should use these metal rings to help us reach the bridge pillar.
Okay. So now I think I can use the crossbow. I'm actually really excited. I love this part of a mystery whenever things start coming together and you're just like rushing to the next part. This is like my favorite part of solving something, is like whenever things start coming together and you're just rushing to the next thing like, okay, I think I get it, I think I get it. Okay, let's head to the crossbow. And then we'll assemble it, and then we can get to the bridge. Ah! I'm so excited. I love this part. I love this part. Mechanism housing.
I should use the appropriate object here.
It's the shutter groove. Mechanism goes here in the housing part. The bow goes... Need to rotate it. Bow goes into the bow rabbit. And the handle goes... Let me do it just yet. Here we go. There's the handle joint. Handle goes onto the handle joint. Ta-da! I did it, guys! I did it!
Bramble Pippington is quite an excellent, crossbow assembler thing.
Those rings on the bridge are perfect targets.
Oh dear, 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 oh dear.
This one is ready.
Okay, got one. That one. And then one more. Okay,
bridge
got
is
it.
ready. Now I must cross it.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that they highlighted that. That makes my life a lot easier. Oh shit. Take a step. Oh dear. I was shifting! What the fuck? What the shit? I feel like I'm not going forward. Oh, don't hit the mouse unless they tell you that. Oh, okay, okay. Steady on there, Mr. Pippington! Steady on! Okay, I get it now. Ah. Okay. What is up with these weird noises? I have to say, Bramble Pippington, this is not the kind of noises I expected to come from you.
Watson, come here. I have found something.
I swear to God, I thought this was Watson. I thought he was just like, hey, Watson, you go, it'll be fine. Okay, now. Down into the chamber we go.
Are we inside the hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
I am not sure. We had better be careful.
Got some symbols to examine, it looks like. Alternate route, could have just swam. Excuse you, Jordan! A true gentleman does not swim!
I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidarium.
Which way should we go, Holmes?
There ought to be some clues here. Let's take a look around.
The hierarchy thing! Which I still need to analyze, but anyway. Okay, it was the bird, the bucket, and the whoop thing. And the very top... Okay, yeah, it has to do with the initiation grades.
I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidarium. I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidarium.
So like now it's like, okay, well,
this
now it's like, okay, do I, because
saw this symbol in the tunnel.
that's the hat thing at the top of the pyramid. Or do I just, like, the thing is, like, do I go... I guess I start at the bottom, which is that thing with the whoa. Yeah, so I think it makes you, like, go through the initiation, essentially. Like you said, Phoenix, following the path. Okay, so now we've got crescent... a duck helmet, and a beetle thing. Okay. The crescent thing. That's the one we go that path next. Every now and again my brain starts working. It's kind of cool. Now we got this table with stones. Yeah, exit this, because I feel like I don't have enough information to solve this one. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to figure it out. Oh, that's all the info I get for... Okay, then. Well, then. What? Oh! Gills. Okay. I'm guessing I gotta get these all at the right height. Okay, I totally just winged that, but that works. All right, so we went through the this thing. A spear, a helmet, and a so this one right here. This is our next one. All right. So we went through that. Now we have a leaf, a guitar, and a scarab beetle. Here's the scarab beetle, so we go that way. Okay. So we've done the scarab beetle, so now it is the sword thing, the moon, and the fireworks. This one right here. Okay. And then next is the headband, the riding crop, and the torch. Or a bonnet. That was the word I was looking for. Bonnet. And things are whispering at me. Awesome! Well, Bramble Pippington prefers not to whisper. Bramble Pippington prefers to say things with his whole chest. Okay. And finally, the incense burner, the helmet, and the curved sword. This one right here. Two routes now. One's this way, one goes up those okay, well that one's blocked off. I guess we're going up the stairs. Well then, Watson, looks like we're having ourselves a little bit of cardio today. Up the stairs we go. Pip pip, let's go.
Look, it's the golden knife. But how to get it?
Watson, I'm going to be honest with you, old fellow. Old chap, I feel like we may have gotten sidetracked here.
This lamp is not old. The oil is still fresh. Perhaps a
Watson just looks so fucking done. Like,
so.
nope.
Remember, he went no further than the catacombs underneath the Frigidarium. The murderer left this lamp.
Alright then, I guess we're solving another puzzle.
Watson, I need your help.
Watson's just like, I mean, Jesus Christ, man, do I have to? Well, Jesus, I guess it's a good thing there are two of us. If there'd only been one of us, God only knows. God only knows what we would have had to have done. Bramble Pippington does not need things to make sense. Bramble Pippington only wishes to solve crimes. Okay, that's... Nope. Not this one. Let's try this one. Oh, wait. I know what to do. Activate this one first. And that'll open up Sherlock's way out. And Sherlock goes this way. Swap back over. And then open up the other lever. Person mode. And now the golden knife is mine.
Mithras. A long-lost relic has resurfaced. Watson, it is time to conclude this case.
What the fuck are you talking about? We didn't find out a single goddamn thing!
Excellent. Now, we should find another way of getting out of here.
Achievement unlocked. Raiders of the Tombs. Like, yes, now we can conclude the case. Like, how? How the fuck can any of this what? How the fuck does any of this conclude the case? Sherlock, I'm starting to think you're making this shit up, man. I did find the mold, yeah, so I guess I have to just use all that and all that jazz, but Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, it's just like... I mean, technically Hugh Laurie has played Holmes because, you know, he was House. So, that's kind of the same thing. Okay. Yeah, House was based on Sherlock Holmes. Alright, Holmes. I mean, Watson? Right then, Watson. Up there you go. We shall switch back over to Holmes. And then I, Bramble Pippington, shall activate this lever.
This mechanism seems inactive.
And up this way. Well, Watson, wasn't this just a delightful little romp? Watson just looks at Sherlock and says, no, it was not. This was awful. I hated it. Don't ever make me do this again. Right then. Alright then. Watson has such a look of, I am so fucking done. I am just so
Done. Let's analyze the rest of the clues and then we'll put the deduction together and figure it out. Oh yeah, no, I thought it was really cool, but I just feel like Watson is just at a point where he's just like, oh. He is literally just staring out the window in existential agony right now, just like, why? Why? Why?
There are 12 pieces here. Let's try to gather them.
Oh, great. Alright, well, if it's a mole, then this would go here, maybe. Okay. Nope, nope, I did not mean to do— oh, Jesus Christ, this is gonna be brutal.
I will count this piece as a starting point.
Oh, dear. Alright, so we gotta go by these shapes. So a square bit goes into here. I just need to find out where my square bit is, which is right here. Okay, so this one right here, we're going to... nope, no, no. Selecting this one. Select. No, come on. Rotate. No, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so these can't turn vertically. Got it. Okay. Alright. They can't individually, at least. So I gotta find something that has the part that... right there! Okay. I got it now. So this one and this one need to swap. Okay, and then this one needs to rotate this way. Okay. Now, I need a triangle on the bottom. Which one of these has a triangle on the bottom? Oh, no, no. Oh, okay. Wait, actually, hold on. No, no! Damn it! Swap these out. Okay. Swap these out, because that's got a square on top, so that goes there. And I'm thinking this needs to rotate that way. That will put a... okay, it puts that shape there, which is... no! Oh, God damn it! I keep doing that like an idiot. Back there. Okay. Place. And this piece, I believe? Yep, okay. So this... okay, this rotates that way. Okay. But no, that doesn't work because it doesn't have the triangle bottom. Okay, so we need something else that has that shape. Wait. This does have a triangle, but it's not in the right spot. Okay. With that. This one, rotate it. Nope, it can't turn that way because it needs to be solid at the ends. Okay. Which actually means, this goes over here. Nope, 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 nope. That's not right either. This part, maybe? Nope. Okay, this one. This one goes here. There. This goes here. This goes on the top somewhere. This one right here does. So this needs to go somewhere up top. So we'll put it... It goes here, I think? I find it's easier to do these corner pieces first. We'll see if I'm right about that. This needs a square piece to go against it. Which is this one. I see it. I see it. Right there. Okay, so that one goes there. And then... this is my other top piece. We'll go in this area. Maybe. Okay, so... Has one of these got a triangle bottom? I think it'll be this one. No, it does not. None of these have a triangle bottom because I... Oh, this one right here. This one right here does. Okay, so swap these out. Rotate. Like that. There we go. Okay, that goes like that. And then... This square... Oh my god! I do that every time! Okay. This square goes that way. Okay. Alright, 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 alright. This one, that one back there has got to rotate. That. Okay. Okay. Select that one. This one swaps with this one. I think. Nope, no, because it's got to be a triangle on the side that goes. It's that one. Or maybe... Okay, hold on. Let me think. Let me see where I'm at so far. Okay, so I've got all of these in place. Okay, alright. I can figure this out. I'm smart enough I can do this. So this piece goes on the bottom. This piece right here does. So we'll swap it with this one, just to get it down there. And then... Sorry, I'm not really paying attention to chat right now. I want to try to figure this out on my own if I can. Oh. Swap with this one. This one turns that way. Yep. Okay, that one turns that way. And then I think these two swap. Yep. Facing that way. No! God damn it. Every time, without fail. That one right there. And then this one turn that way. Almost got it. Need to get that more into position, I guess. And then... These two back here that I don't have yet. Oh, because this has got to turn. Or maybe they need to swap places? Yeah, they do. These... That this way. This one's gotta be in place, which is this way.
It is a mold.
I did it!
And it is ready for casting.
I did it! Yay!
The mold is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Sir Rodney has made a reconstruction of the mythical golden knife. He seemed unafraid of maledictions, and yet... Half a glass of water should be enough to create a plaster solution.
Now everyone, it is time for Cooking with Bramble. Today we shall make a beautiful golden knife brownie. Now first you must pour your plaster solution into the mold. Give it plenty of time to dry. Then once it is dried, you will have created your very own curved knife brownie.
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon that killed Sir Rodney.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Watson.
Now let's look at the photographic development. Oh great, another puzzle. Awesome. Okay. Let's make the border first, because that's usually how I solve puzzles. This goes down here, this goes here, this goes here. These two go together. This goes here. This one goes here. That all goes together there. This one goes right here. This one right here. Right there. This one right here. And this one right here. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
Could you please use this negative and your photographic equipment to process the photograph? Thank you, Watson. Now I must use reagents to develop the photograph.
Oh my god, guys. The salt is the clue that we needed all along. Our murderer is one manga minx. Look at all this salt.
Only she could create this level of salt. Turns out she's been the murderer all along. Ice cream in the desert. We are indebted to the Romans who developed the tech. It really was a fucking ice knife!
Another archaeologist, most probably.
Holy shit.
Sir Rodney. Ice. Ice cream. Salt. Ice cream in the desert. We are indebted to the Romans who developed the technique. The pyramids of Giza in Egypt.
So that's it. Salt and crushed ice may help to create ice cream.
That was our murder weapon. A fucking ice cream knife. Holy shit. I really was close. God damn. Salt and ice. So it wasn't a silver weapon, it was an ice weapon. Someone was experimenting with the Roman method of ice production. Mold form would have created the strange wound. The thing that he was on the cusp of discovering was the knife thing. We still have some things that we're missing, though, apparently. Let's see. I need to have a dialogue with somebody about the Mithrite mysteries and the cult of Mithras. So, I suppose I'm gonna need to head to Scotland Yard for that. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to confirm things to do experiments. You are right, I forgot about that. So the mold was used to create the murder weapon. We can create an ice knife. We can create we can have a very ice time. Haha! And we can also try to create a silver knife. So if Pitkin was worried, he might have been worried that that Sir Rodney was going to take credit for this discovery. Even if Pitkin is the owner of the baths, he would surely lose them, for this major discovery will change everything. It'll turn the baths into a permanent excavation site to preserve the research, and then it would never achieve the commercial status that Pitkin desires. Right, he wants it to be, he wants people to pay to use the baths. He can't do that if it turns into a research station. Thank you for the food, Kayla. I'll end the stream after I'm done with this thing. But we're so close to the end anyway, so we might as well finish it out.
Please escort this.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about Mithras, buddy?
Perhaps you could explain the cult of Mithras to me.
No, there is nothing to say. We are not the worthy ones.
But Sir Rodney believed that he was?
He was wrong. I have visions. The golden knife, the mummy. Oh, it's all my fault.
Calm down, Mr. Garrow.
Let's talk with Mr.
Please
Blinkhorn.
escort this suspect for interrogation.
Hey, bird, it's a curved blade. It's an icicle. Alright, you know what? You know what, Jordan? That was a good one. I will hand it. That was a good one. That was actually genuinely funny. Well done. You deserve to pat yourself on the back for that one.
What can you tell me about Mithras?
Oh, so much. It was the core of our work. Why do you ask?
Were you seeking the golden knife?
Ah, I see you are an amateur. Yes, the golden knife was our grail. It is said that it bears the only text explaining the ritual of the cult of Mithras.
Oh shit, did my game just crash? What the fuck? Oh no, fucking Dropbox? Dropbox, fuck off! I'm in the middle of something here. The hell?
I understand. I read something about immortality.
A myth. The knife would provide immortality only to the worthy one, and yet it is cursed, and it would kill you if you are not initiated.
Tell me about the golden knife.
Did you expect to find the golden knife at the baths?
Well, Sir Rodney thought that it might be there. Did you observe the knife representations there? They are so extraordinary, and we had hoped that... It is a tragedy that he has passed away, taking all of his secrets with him. As soon as I've been released, I will continue Sir Rodney's researches in his memory.
I mean, kinda no need to do that. I've pretty much already figured it all out, so, you know. So, you know, I bet you feel stupid for spending all that time at archaeology school, and here I am, a total amateur, and I got it all done.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Hey buddy, why don't you tell me about Mithras?
The paintings in the baths are focused on Mithras, I understand.
Yes, they are what make this place remarkable.
And that is why Sir Rodney came here?
He believed that the golden knife, which is an ancient ritual item, was hidden somewhere around the baths. I admit that it would be wonderful if it were true.
And you are not concerned by the reputation of this artifact?
You mean the curse? Before someone is dead, it is a blessing. After they are dead, well, then it becomes a curse. Ha!
Okay, then. Alright, so we're gonna need to perform an experiment. Back to Baker Street, everyone! Yes, Watson, is this something? He just leaned in really close there like he was gonna tell me a big secret or something. Alright, so we'll do...
If I wish to shape the ice knife, then I need to pour water inside the mold.
Water into the mold. Going to create our very own ice cream knife, everyone!
Salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the mold. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts.
Oh no. Okay, so we gotta get it to negative 20 degrees Celsius.
A block of ice.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
A block of ice. Ice, salt.
God damn it. I think I might have screwed it up.
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20. We cannot be making it correctly. Let us try again and be precise with the timing.
Oh dear. So.
Ice, salt,
Water.
and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius.
So when it hits the
to
equal
fully
point, we
freeze the
switch to
water
the next
inside
thing.
The mold.
I think is what
Before
we gotta do.
beginning, I must.
Oh. Crush the ice. Put the ice in.
Look, that temperature.
And then wait for. And then hit it again. And hit it again. And again. Wait till it hits that equal point. Hit it again. That.
Excellent.
Yes!
Now we must check to ensure that it is adequately frozen.
And open it up. Boom! One ice knife.
An ice weapon for a cold-blooded murder.
Oh god.
An
Sherlock's
ice
getting in
knife.
on the puns
A
too.
surprising and yet a very brilliant idea.
It's the perfect weapon. It enables one to kill a man and then it melts. The only trace it leaves is a small puddle on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Small puddle that would mix in with the blood and prevent it from clotting. And you can keep it inside a bucket of champagne with ice. That's actually really fucking clever. I'm not even gonna pretend otherwise. Hero's on a drug, which is causing him to act strange. So an ice weapon. The murderer hid the weapon inside the ice bucket with the champagne. After the attack, the knife was left to melt, so causing the excess of water in the blood pool. That would make it Pitkin because he was the one who brought the champagne. I mean, we're gonna look at everything else first, but Garrow is tortured by his obsession with the Mithras curse. He's been driven insane, a condition worsened by the medication he's taken, or he's melancholic. He's a victim of over-medication, hence the hallucinations and unpredictable behavior. His state has been worsened by the shock of Sir Rodney's death. Alright, let us create a silver knife now.
Let us try to create an object from silver by using the mold. It will take a minute to melt the silver with my gas burner. Done. Now I can proceed further.
Sherlock just don't give a fuck about, like, fire safety. Should be quite ashamed of himself. Bramble Pippington cares very much about fire safety.
To cool down. Done. Now I can proceed further. A homemade silver knife.
Which could then be thrown into
Excellent.
the brazier and would
We have
melt into
created
an
a
unintelligible
knife with
hunk.
the silver that we found. It could have been used to kill Sir Rodney.
It was extremely clever to create a weapon that could dissolve at the scene of the crime.
And that would account for the brazier. For the hunk of metal in the brazier. Okay, yep, alright, now we're down to just who killed him. Alright, so how did it happen? Okay, so if it was an ice knife, then it would have been Pitkin who would have done it, possibly. Wait, no. It was Blinkhorn who brought the champagne. Hold on just a second. So Blinkhorn is a deserving specialist who's aware that he's about to be cast aside over a major discovery. In doing so, he'll lose his chance of a lifetime. So Blinkhorn could have used the ice knife. Killed Sir Rodney to avenge an abuse of power. The death would be to his financial benefit and would allow him to emerge as a luminary in his field. He used an ice-made reproduction of the golden knife of Mithras. Blinkhorn would have been the most likely to have been able to get down there, to be honest with you. And our other option, if we go with an ice knife, would be Pitkin. He killed Sir Rodney to conceal their discovery, the only way to save the Roman baths from the upcoming excavations. He intended to start his own business. He used an ice-made reproduction of the golden knife of Mithras. Okay, so if it's Garrows who did it, the Garrow's suffering was too great. After Sir Rodney's grand discovery, Garrow lived in fear of the Mithras curse and so developed heightened feelings of paranoia. Oh, he could still do the ice knife. Fuck. Killed Sir Rodney in a fit of obsession due to his intense nervous state. The only way to ease his suffering was to perform a ritual killing. He used an ice-made reproduction of the golden knife of Mithras. That's another possible conclusion. The other one involves the silver weapon, which is the silver knife method. Yeah, everyone can be linked to both weapons, okay? So that would put Garrow as having the silver knife, or alright, let's get them all linked up so that we can switch between the conclusions easily. Alright. So now we've got all of our possible conclusions. I think whichever way it went down, it was an ice knife. 100%. It was the ice knife trick. I think that if we go with the ice knife, then the reason for the medal in the brazier was that Garrow freaked out, and because, you know, he thought that the curse had killed Rodney. So he would have thrown his silver into the brazier because he was like, that was like a thing that they did whenever the gods were angry. They'd sacrifice something very valuable. So it's either Blinkhorn or Pitkin, I think. Which one was the one who brought in the champagne bucket? Was it... Which one was the one who brought the champagne bucket? I can't remember. Blinkhorn was the only one given a possibility to have brought it in. Okay. But no one knew for sure, that's right. Okay. It's definitely an ice knife. Killing Sir Rodney would have concealed their discovery. For Blinkhorn, it would have been avenging an abuse of power, and for Garrow, it would have been a fit of obsession because of the situation he was in. It's a pretty good likelihood it could be either of them. It could be any of the three of them. I'm thinking... Only two men would have known how important the kill method was, so... I'm thinking it was Blinkhorn. That's the direction that I'm going in on this one. is that it was Blinkhorn who did it. He stabbed him with... He used the ice mold because Blinkhorn was the most likely to be able to make it down there to, like... And he's been working to find that gold knife for a very long time, and Shithead was gonna steal it from him. I think it was Blinkhorn. I think he did it. He was the one with the ice knife. I'm going with Blinkhorn on this one. Blinkhorn knew of Bentcliffe's intention to take all the credit for the discovery of the golden knife. He devised a cunning plan to eliminate Bentcliffe. For this, he deserves the rope. Or absolve him. He devoted his life to discovering the golden knife, and the credit was about to be stolen by Bentcliffe. If he had been given the opportunity to claim ownership of the discovery, he would not have killed Bentcliffe. What do you guys think? Should we condemn him or absolve him? I kind of want to absolve him just because that's really fucking brilliant. And I'm just really impressed by it. I'm kind of leaning towards absolving because, like, dude is, like, super fucking poor. And here, Bentcliffe was about to steal what would have been his greatest discovery. He did kill someone for money, but... Yeah, I mean, I'd kill someone for enough money, true. Bentcliffe found the tomb on his own. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, let's condemn him. Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, cool motive, still murder. Or, at the very least, cool method, still murder.
I'm feeling rather uncomfortable. Why have I been put into these cuffs?
I fear that you had better get used to them, Mr. Blinkhorn. They are your reward for the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe.
What? No, that's a lie.
It is regrettable, for you are a talented archaeologist. I will request that you are placed in a prison where you are unable to dig an escape tunnel. That is, of course, if they decide that you shall live. The consulting detective who salutes your intelligence in performing the perfect crime, yes, but also the gentleman who detests your motivation.
You know nothing.
You wish to be the one who would reveal this to the world.
Is that the golden knife? How?
I also like to dig, you see. I only followed your trail. Such a pity that there is always someone willing to steal your credit, wouldn't you say? And there was the chance of a lifetime. You had to take it. It was not to be shared. But now I am here, and there is no one who will stop the tread of justice, Mr. Blinkhorn. Goodbye.
Yep, we were right. It was the ice knife. Ugh. And it's still a really crazy awesome method, though. We'll just accept that decision. Alright. Okay, guys. I think this is a good stopping point for today. We will continue this at some point next week. Alright, tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be continuing Primal, which I'm very excited about. We'll be going into what is my favorite world. Stick around, by the way, guys. We're going to do a raid. We're going to be going into my personal favorite out of all the worlds, which is, I forget the name. But anyway, we'll get to meet the wraiths. It'll be a grand time. You guys will love it. And then, Sunday, starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Kayla and I will be continuing Def Jam Fight for New York. Very, very excited to continue that. Well, if we don't finish it, we'll get really damn close to finishing it. And then Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but I'll double check with Minx to be sure. Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Minx and I will start Borderlands. She's feeling much better, so we'll be able to start streaming Borderlands. We're going to do co-op. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to yell at each other a lot. I really hope you guys will come out and enjoy it. Now let me find somebody who is live. I'm gonna send you guys over to Doxy. Go say hi to Doxy, let her know that Bramble Pippington has once again solved the case. And I really do appreciate you guys coming out, hanging out. Thank you for everyone who supported, everyone who followed, everyone who gifted a subscription or subscribed themselves. You guys are all awesome. And yeah, Bramble Pippington appreciates all of you and thinks that you're all rather lovely. Now, have a good one, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow. Farewell.